This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players, automatically, with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the peak.
Hello. Welcome everyone. Can you hear me? I think you will have to introduce me.
Hello. Can you guys hear us? Hi everyone. Welcome to day 8 of the Chennai Grand Masters. Alongside with me is of course the legendary Sagar Bhai and a good friend of mine, Kinshore Toth.
Hello
Yes.
everyone. And okay, the microphone seems to be working now. Let's go.
It started now, and guys, the penultimate round of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. It could very well be that a winner may be crowned today right in front of your eyes, but it could very well be that the tournament could heat up.
Exactly. 1.5 point lead for Vincent Keymer. So a very good chance that he can finish it just today itself. And also let's not forget that yesterday, I think for the first time ever, Vincent Keymer hit the world top 10.
Yes, that's just incredible. As we look at the standings on the front of our screen, Vincent on 5.5. The two people who can kind of catch him are Arjun on 4, Karthikeyan Murali on 4 points.
Karthikeyan is having an amazing run. I mean, we know he's one of the lower seated players in this tournament, but he's just, not letting the others beat him. So it's a fantastic run for him. And just behind them, there are a couple of people with 3.5, and it's a tough competition for everyone. I feel like as we know that Vincent entering the top 10, stealing everyone's elo. While I think this is one of the only tournaments ever where almost everyone is losing elo, if I heard correctly.
Except for Vincent, I think, because he's gaining around 17 rating points, and I think he's taking everyone's rating, with every single win. But yeah, the two sort of people who are following Vincent, Arjun is playing against Vidit today as black, and then Karthikeyan is playing Nihal as white. So we can kind of say that historically speaking, they are very tough opponents. So I'm not sure if Vincent can be caught here. What do you think, Sagar Bhai?
Yeah, today we have Vincent versus Jorden van Foreest. I think this is a key game because Jorden has been doing so well. 2 wins in last 2 rounds, but then yesterday he was going to make it a hat trick. 3rd win was going to just arrive, and then he drew at the very end with Pranav V. And these are the pairings that we have. So my personal favorite game for today is of course Vincent versus Jorden, because if Vincent wins, he's the champion of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters with round to spare. And the other ones where we should focus are Vidit versus Arjun and also Karthikeyan versus Nihal Sarin. These will be the important ones.
Most definitely. And, you know, a lot of exciting games as well. But let's not forget about Anish Giri and Liang Awonder. I mean, it's going to be a really cool match. Actually, we met Awonder yesterday and he's always like a really humble guy. If you saw any of his interviews, if you saw him here on the commentary stand as well, he was actually a super humble, really honest, and a really funny guy. And he was telling us that he thinks that he's gonna break Anish Giri's draw run, but not as we might think.
You know, the amount of times he says that it's gonna happen today, that you know he's gonna be responsible for breaking the streak, because you know yesterday's game could have gone Awonder's way, but Vincent was just phenomenal, especially after that F5 and F4 push. He gave him no chance, and yeah, he kept repeating how since that round he's almost certain that he's going to break Anish's streak. What do you think about that?
Yeah, 7 draws in a row for Anish Giri. Will Awonder Liang break it by losing or by winning? We'll see that. But apart from the Masters, we also have the Challengers section, which is incredibly exciting. By the way, a handshake in the background between Vincent Keymer and Jorden van Foreest. Look at these guys. Pranesh and Leon on 5.5. Abhimanyu on 5. And we have like these 3 players who are fighting for that top spot. Today, Pranesh is facing a very important game against Harika, while we have Leon who is up against Iniyan. So that's also going to be super critical here.
So I think maybe it's safe to say that the person who scores 1.5 out of 2 might end up winning the tournament. And I was just looking at the players that both of them are playing against. Pranesh is up against Harika and Harshavardhan. Harika, of course, not having the best tournament here, and Harshavardhan is, I would say, the lowest seed of this tournament as well, the only international master. Now, of course, we're not downplaying. They are incredibly strong players, but in comparison to Leon, who was playing against Iniyan, and Adhiban, whose peak was 2700, would it be fair to say that Pranesh is having, let's say, a more easier opposition in comparison?
Could be, because in this event, I think Harika hasn't really performed up to her best potential. Then again, she can really rise up today and make Pranesh's event really go downhill. I will be very excited to watch this one, but you rightly pointed out that as Pranesh has that edge. If he manages to beat Harika, he will be able to move one step closer to making it to the Masters section next year. And that could be a big breakthrough for Pranesh in his chess career.
On the other hand, it's very important to mention that, okay, Pranesh is playing against Harika today, but tomorrow he's playing Harshavardhan. And okay, he's the only international master in this field, but he is fighting, here. He's been showing us some very good chess.
If he scores, by the way, 2 out of 2, did you know this?
He's getting a norm, right?
Yes, he'll make a GM
So
norm.
it's, he's very, very ambitious here.
Okay, that changes things for me, because I think that is a lot of motivation for Harshavardhan. That was fully deserved for him. I have to say, yesterday I was very pleasantly surprised by Leon's performance, especially in the endgame. He defeated Diptayan Ghosh with the black pieces, and he kept pushing. In fact, I also spoke with him right after he finished his match, and when I asked him what happened, he said, I have no idea how I won. But it's the tenacity, it's the fact that he kept putting the pressure to someone as experienced and someone who's as strong as Diptayan Ghosh. Makes me think that I think he has a very good chance of winning it as well. Yes. And we have liftoff.
Yes, we have Vincent Keymer opening the game with knight to f3, guys. Knight f6, saying, I'll play solid today. Guys, what's the name of this opening that c4 has been played on the board? Anyone in the crowd? What's the name of this opening? Yes, go on. Which one?
So it's not Reti. Reti would be if white plays G3. So that's a very clear. But the question is not about knight to F3, but the question is focus on C4. Do you guys know what C4 is known as here?
Yes, very nice.
Well done. And Jorden continues his fianchetto of the king's bishop. He goes G6, G3. We remember how Jorden played the Grunfeld in round number 1. Or was it the king's? Oh, he played the king's Indian against Vidit. The Zamish game, one of the best games in this tournament, I must say. And now, right now, he's going for the same ambitious opening. And I love it about Jorden. I think he's someone who really brings a lot of excitement to a tournament with his ambitious play.
Definitely, and it would be very interesting as well to see Jorden maybe snatching a point from Vincent, making the tournament also a bit more exciting for not only for us but our viewers, our audience here as well. And this opening is also showing that intent actually to beat Vincent here as well.
Right.
Of course, there is black can play D6, which is the traditional King's Indian defense. And then there is also C6 and D5, which is more to the Grunfeld side of things. I would say that one is probably slightly more ambitious than the other because C6, D5 gives you the option of capturing on D5, and that simplifies the game a little bit. So black's chances to win are maybe a bit minimized. I wouldn't say they are eliminated, but they're a bit minimized. But if you play D6, then I think that's more ambitious in this position.
I personally think he'll go D6. I think he'll go for the King's Indian here because that's going to be super exciting. Vincent, by the way, is a D4 and a C4 player. He's played that a lot. In this tournament, he started also playing E4. And, we spoke to him about theory in E4 and he said, I don't know much about all the deviations and stuff because I've just started playing E4. So right now, he's chosen his most comfortable opening option in the key game where he has to, let's say if he strikes, he wins the title.
I think it's a very good choice. Playing a new opening in such a tournament is already risky enough, I think. And so far, he's been proved right. But definitely a more safer option against Jorden, who's, a very creative player as well. I think is a completely safe choice and is also a good idea.
D4 is on the board now. Very important moment in this game. As Sahaj explained, C6 would lead to a very solid setup. D6 would lead to the King's Indian here. D5 would lead to the Grunfeld. What will he choose? He goes
D6. All right. So the more ambitious.
You were correct, Sagar. D6 on the board.
Let's fight is the big thing here today. So while Jorden is going all out today to win, at least that's what his opening suggests. Should we quickly have a glimpse of the game of Arjun Erigaisi versus Vidit Gujrathi? An important clash, both actually good friends of each other. Part of the Olympiad gold medal winning team. Vidit having a very, very difficult game yesterday, losing to Karthikeyan Murali in a very intense battle. Today, how will he show up to the board? Will he be ambitious? Will he say, okay, Arjun is amazing player, let me be safe?
That's a very good question, and sorry for interrupting, but I think it's a very important question because I think we've seen Vidit being able to bounce back. He had a very tough situation in the beginning of the tournament, but he bounced back, he found his balance back, and I think he's definitely able to become or stay ambitious even after a loss like yesterday. So we will see how he's going to manage against Arjun, who we know is a really tough opponent.
Yeah.
So I feel that Vidit would of course try to play for a win. Now I would like to remind the audience that last year when Vidit played against Arjun. It was, I believe, the first round of
Yes.
the Chennai Grand Masters. And Vidit pressed so hard in that game. He tried to win so much. I believe it was... I was looking at the game last night as well. It was basically a 2-result position. And somehow, Vidit kept pushing for the win so hard that he managed to actually lose.
He had a huge advantage.
Huge advantage there. But I think it's more about Arjun's perspective here as well, because even though he's a point and a half behind Vincent, still he is the closest person to chase Vincent here. So I think Arjun will definitely push for the win here.
Also, the opening that Arjun has chosen here, very weird in my opinion. Actually, in a way, he's given with it kind of everything that one dreams about in an isolated queen pawn position. The knight is on c3, bishop here, and generally you have certain subtleties by which you let the light squared bishop first develop, then take on c4 so that white loses a move, and all of this. Nothing like this happened. Basically, Vidit can go knight f3 castles and have a great position, I guess. No?
Yeah, definitely. And also bishop on c8 looks a bit embarrassing for now, a bit uncomfortable. Black hasn't really developed the pieces, while white has, I think, a development advantage here for sure.
Could this be his health, maybe speaking again? Because I think Arjun is not known to sort of simplify matters so quickly. This feels like he's okay with a draw.
Well, maybe his health, I don't know what is the situation as on today, but until yesterday it wasn't great. He came to the board against Anish with white pieces and he just wanted to make a draw.
Yeah.
So today with black, it could be fair to assume that maybe Arjun now thinks that winning the title is super tough, 1.5 point gap. So maybe a draw is okay with black. But if Vidit tries to push, Arjun will get his chances.
But I think Vidit will try to push, right?
I think
so.
And Vidit is very principled in general. Like if in the opening you give Vidit like an advantage, then Vidit will not be like, oh, I will make a draw. He will be like, I want to win now.
Yes, of course. And as you rightly pointed out, this position, I think it can happen from many different setups, this exact position, but white does seem to have a very, very comfortable advantage here. It's a very traditional IQP, so isolated queen pawn. And if I can just explain it in very simple terms, the whole battle is about the square in front of the IQP. So if white controls that square, white is going to be better. If black controls that square, black is going to be better. It's that. I mean, of course, there are some more nuances in the position, but this is the gist of the position. Right now, as you can see, if white was to push d5, if white wanted to push d5, he can. So this is why we prefer white in this position. If black can maybe reroute his knight via c6, b4, d5, or maybe some another way where the knight can find its way to d5, play b6, bishop b7, then it is black who can utilize how isolated this pawn is.
Yeah, exactly. If these moves which you mentioned do happen, black would be very comfortable, but it takes time. And in the meantime, Vidit will castle. He will bring his knight to e5, maybe rook e1, rook e3, rook h3. These are the attacking options in such positions. It'll be very exciting to see this game unfold. Should we have a look at the game of the other player who's on 4 points here, Karthikeyan versus Nihal Sarin.
Wait, what did Nihal play on move 1?
Did he play? Okay, from this, let's try to guess from this position, what is the opening Nihal Sarin chose?
Okay, I'll give you guys a hint. There is a world champion named after him, named after the opening.
Let's go. E4 was the first move by Karthikeyan. What was the move played?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well done.
Very good job. Alekhines defense was played, and this is actually such a rare guest at top level chess. But it seems like Nihal is here in this spirit of, I want to just play anything out of the opening. Let's play a fresh position.
Exactly, and this also says that Nihal is here to play for a win.
Yes.
Because as black, whenever you try to sidestep mainstream theory, it usually means that you want to play for a win, even if it means it comes at a cost of, sort of giving the advantage to your opponent temporarily or permanently. Both of them can happen. It can definitely backfire. But yeah, bold move by Nihal.
Yeah, very bold. Very bold.
He's
So
actually-
have you ever played Alekine's defense?
Not from Black's perspective. With White, I of course have faced it many times. It can be such an annoying opening to play against, I think, and Nihal has been showing us some crazy openings, some unusual openings, so this is definitely not a huge surprise from his part, I think. He's been trying to come up with these creative ideas, and this position is also a bit strange to me. I don't know, it doesn't usually end up like this. We usually play these C4 setups, or at least I have played these C4 setups against the Alekine. So this is definitely, for me, something a bit unusual.
So usually when C4 happens, it's when black plays like G6. But you're right, on move 4, I think on move 4, he could have gone C4, which is traditionally a very common variation, especially at the top level.
And then with these 4 pawns,
Yes.
it gets very wide.
Yes, very wild position indeed. So
In a way, Karthikeyan played it in a very measured way. He was like, okay, Nihal, you got me there. I am not prepared against it. But I know that White has a good position. This is something I've looked at maybe 5 months ago or 3 months ago. And
months, I thought years.
yeah, could be a very long time, but you can see that White has such a easy position to play. Like you can get rook e1 here, maybe, I don't know, bishop b3 and c4 can come up. I don't know, knight c3 can be played.
I think a very principled way to play here is to bring as bishop b3 and rook e1 fully agreed. I also would like to throw in a4 just to have a5 from black. And then this knight on b1 can find its way to e4 somehow or to f3 somehow. So I would like to play knight d2, knight f3 or knight d2, knight e4 depending on the position. Now, White's advantage in this position is simply that White has more central control. White has a pawn in the center, black does not. And that's where my advantage lies.
Yes, absolutely well explained there. And rook e1 and castles is on the board. Nihal is not just playing offbeat openings, he's playing it quickly. He is ahead on time, and this is looking good for a very big fight that we will see in this game.
Oh, I definitely agree with you, and I mean, it's just so refreshing to me to see these new openings in such big tournaments, because my big issue with watching classical tournaments is, the usual quick draws or not so exciting games. And I think we've been spoiled here in Chennai so far. In this whole tournament, we have had so many exciting games. Such refreshing openings have been played here. And Nihal is definitely one of those who just every day he wakes up and just shows us something new.
True. Okay, guys, let's head over to the game of Anish Giri and Awonder Liang, the game where everyone's talking about the streak being broken today, whether Awonder comes out on top or not. We'll see here. But he's chosen a very interesting setup, guys. Very quickly going through the opening, it was the Rui Lopez. Interestingly, Anish didn't choose the Italian. We had the Berlin, anti-Berlin, d6, c3, and slightly offbeat move with g6.
So, Awonder yesterday was saying that how, he's playing Anish and it's such a big deal. But here he plays the most, I would say, aggressive setup as black. So maybe this is all just a ploy that he's just trying to show the world that, that Anish is such a strong player and, I must be careful. The streak will be broken and all of these things. But here he is developing the bishop on a fianchetto, sidestepping his knight. If we can go just a few more moves ahead, short castle, bishop g7, rook e1, castle, h3, h7. This is all very typical stuff. Bishop e3, and now check this move out, knight to d7. So this is a very, very aggressive move, because if you saw Vincent's game yesterday, you would know exactly why this is so difficult for white to face, because now f5 is on the horizon. After f5, we know that f4 is such a dangerous move in this position.
Yeah.
I seem to like Awonder's position more here.
He's gone king h8, and look at what Anish played, guys.
Wow.
If you have to retract your bishop from e3 to c1 in the opening, definitely something has gone wrong for you. I believe that, isn't that
And it's
what?
actually the computer's first move, which is to me shocking. And Anish also plays it
And Anish is at
so
132.
quickly. Exactly.
If this is opening preparation, guys, just remember that opening is all about developing your pieces. But if you are Anish Giri, perhaps you can break those rules, yeah? Going back to c1. What the hell? I
And-
would never ever think of this move.
Me neither. And if you're thinking this is mainstream opening theory, it's not.
Has it been played before?
No, never. In fact,
Wow.
on the previous move, when he played bishop to b3 on move 11, at least according to the chess.com database, there are no games in this position ever played classical, rapid, or blitz.
Amazing.
That is crazy.
Can we have a look at that view where we can see the playing hall? Because we'll get to see Anish Giri there. And how is he looking? Because I want to see his face after making the move bishop c1. How confident is he looking? Maybe if we have the view of the playing hall. But
I mean,
yeah, while we get that,
The sole reason that he's not on the board makes me think that he knows what he's doing.
Look at him there. That's Anish there for you in the black shirt. He's walking around confidently. He knows that he knows what he's doing here, guys.
I think so. And I think when it comes to these strong players, I think often it happens to them that they just find some idea on their own, maybe when they're bored, and then they just dive deeply into these positions. And I think this could have been something that happened maybe to Anish in the past. He may have looked at this position, he may have found something similar to this, and he may have found this idea already on his own, let's say maybe a few months ago. And that's what's crazy about these players, is that they can remember these. So I think this is what happened here. It's, to me, impossible that this was preparation from yesterday night.
So, to all of those who are wondering what is the reason behind this move, the point is very simple. Actually, it's not that simple.
There's no point here. Please tell me that
There is a point.
Okay,
So,
there is a point.
if black plays f5 here, which is the idea for black, you go e takes f5. And now g takes f5 is not possible in this position because of a very, very beautiful tactic by
Can we
white.
ask our viewers?
Yeah,
Let's. Yes.
wow.
How did you find it so quickly? You
Really? Wow.
Our viewer here says he's played this in his game once. You're 10 years old? 11
Wow.
years old. Insane. What's your name? Shreyas here with knight to g5.
That's a crazy find. I mean,
Very, very nice find. But you might wonder, why did I have to play bishop c1 for this? Now, if the bishop was on e3, how would this position be different? Exactly. They could play f4 and kick your bishop away. Very, very nicely done.
So if we have, let's say, a4 here, just a normal move, f5, ef, gf, and now if you go knight to g5, then we have this, yes, f4, nice move there, and then pick up the knight with the queen.
wow. Our audience is full of future grandmasters, and maybe in a few years we will actually commentate them playing here.
Yes.
I mean,
And then
crazy
we'll have
find.
Shreyas making knight g5,
Yes.
and we'll be like, oh, what a move, yeah.
We'll be like, no, we've seen this before somewhere.
Why is this so familiar?
Okay, so guys, bishop c1 on the board. Now that Sahaj has explained it to us, suddenly starts making some sense that f5 is not possible. If Awonder goes f5, I will be super shocked. Of course, he will understand that this is the point behind bishop c1.
He is in deep thought, so I believe he already understood that f5 is no longer possible. But the question is he prepared for something else, or was he preparing f5 in his plans all along? The time says that he was planning f5 all along and is finding it difficult to find something else right now.
If f5 doesn't work, or you cannot time it, in the correct way, then I would say something like d5 will make sense. So I like the move knight c5 in this position, kicking the bishop away, and then maybe looking for some d5 breaks. But yeah, I think this is a position that really needs to be examined before we can make a decision on what to break open with.
Interesting position here. This is what opening preparation in modern chess looks like. You find a good idea which you can use for one game only. You play it. Others will look at the engine, find the refutation, but then you never play it, so that refutation is not that handy. Or maybe the equalizer, basically. We have one game which is pending, just so that we can finish our exploration of all the games. We have Pranav versus Ray Robson, and Pranav has gone for 1 e4, and Ray Robson has responded back with the very famous Sicilian Najdorf.
Right. The most popular opening, I would say, in chess, as black at least.
Oh, definitely.
And interesting, yeah, the strategy that Pranav has chosen. It's a nice opening, normal position. You have ideas like a4, bishop e3 or h3, and then maybe at some point you jump in with the knight to d5. Yeah.
Seems pretty standard to me. Although Ray Robson, his time is ticking, and he's already down 13 minutes. So question is, why is he thinking so much? Because I feel like maybe some standard moves could be knight c6, bringing the rooks in the middle somehow. I'm not so sure what the correct move order here is, or what the opening theory here is. Maybe our Grandmaster can enlighten us in that sense.
I'm not very familiar with this setup. But what I do know is that as white, you want to throw knight d5 at the right moment. So when black takes, you can capture with the e pawn, and then you have this queen side majority, which you play the rest of the game on with a4, c4, a5, and stuff like that. Another very cool idea that I see in this position that is possible is that first you play a4 and you block all of this b5 business, and then you reroute the knight from b3 to e3. So you go knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, knight d5, which I think is definitely possible. Another thing that I want to mention here is that, generally speaking, in this setup, white's bishop is on e2, not on g2. So that does change the dynamic a bit of the position, because when the bishop is on e2, then it's easier to create counterplay on the queen side. And when the bishop is on g2, that bishop is largely just looking at, this h1a diagonal. Now, what will be the purpose of it? That remains to be seen to be.
Okay, again, interestingly explained there by Sahaj. Knight d7 played by Ray Robson. He has 15 minutes less on the clock. I believe it's time for us to go to the top board. Vincent versus Jorden. And guys, we have a position which is very unique because, the thing is, I would assume it's a very well-known position. The only difference is the pawn on c7 is often on e7. And then this is played a lot. But with this structure, I have hardly ever seen this last few ideas, which was like after h3, this idea of taking on d4 twice is a bit of a surprise for me by Jorden. But maybe it's his preparation.
Absolutely, and there is an interesting point in the opening. Now, I don't think any of the players offered a draw to each other, but I will say that Vincent did have the opportunity in that sense, because after bishop f5, he went knight h4, black went bishop c8. Now, if Vincent wanted to sort of secure his spot to win this tournament, he could have played knight f3 and provoked his opponent to either play bishop f5, which goes into a draw, a repetition, or his opponent plays something else, which is something he might not have prepared as hard, going into this round. So, but Vincent didn't do that. He is here to play for a win.
I mean, he's been proving us that so far. His games are so dynamic, actually, so precise, so balanced even. And he wasn't so happy about his draws, actually. If I remember correctly, in a post-game interview, he mentioned that one of his draws, okay, I'm not sure which game actually, Arjun, I think. He said that he was actually really disappointed by that game, and it was according to him, the weakest game he has shown us so far. Really? So he's definitely going for the win, and I think what he would be more satisfied with here would be also win.
Vincent has had a rating performance of 2928, guys.
Wow.
Let that number sink in. 2928, and he's gaining like serious rating points. I think 17 rating points. And if in such form you can continue, you might go back home with maybe 20 or 22 rating points, which is actually something very valuable. He would cross 2750. And I think a player like Vincent knows that when the momentum is on your side, do not disrespect it. Do not try to take short draws. Go for it.
Yes.
This is your chance.
Absolutely. And currently his rating is 2747. He's world number 10. And he needs 6 more points roundabout to take over Wei Yi, China's number 1 chess player. And he might break, world top 9. It might happen even today.
Amazing.
I mean, that would be insane, I think. And he's actually entering top 10 for the first time in his life. He did that yesterday, so definitely this tournament is going to be memorable for him in his career.
Yeah, and also his position today looks really pleasant. The queen is well placed, the knight is looking in the center, the bishop is open. I have a question about this bishop. Should it go to f4 or g5? Maybe e3. I could also go b3, bishop b2, and put my rooks in the center. So many possibilities that are there. He goes c6 here.
c6 sort of weakens that d6 pawn. And immediately I am thinking, why can I not go bishop f4? But I believe this is a trap, because black can play knight to d5 and take that bishop. Maybe we should have asked the viewers this question. Next one, I will definitely remember this. But yeah, you will take away this bishop on f4, and now this bishop is not super strong right now. But if you think about the fact that black's strongest bishop is this KID, King's Indian Bishop, on g7. It's a fianchetto bishop, and the white bishop on f4 or on c1 was the only piece that could challenge it. Now you see the value of this bishop, and this is why you should not give it up that quickly in this position. So bishop f4 not possible. Maybe you can go queen to d3, just sort of some prophylaxis, and then you go for something like bishop f4.
Correct. That looks like a good idea. Also, queen h4 with the idea of playing bishop h6 could be a very much possible idea here. So many options here. I think Vincent looking good.
No, I completely agree with you, and I think playing with the white pieces here is so easy. Soon after the queen h4 ideas, taking the bishop out, we also bring the rooks in the middle with rook d1, and then the other one rook c1 maybe. Maybe we can also double at some point. And I think this looks amazing for white here.
Yeah, looking good, guys. And maybe it's time for us to head over to the challengers and to see what is happening with our leaders in the tournament. Let's first go to the game of the local boy here, Pranesh, who's taking on Harika. A very important clash here between the two. And guys, look at this.
Oh,
Harika has a close to, would it be right to say a decisive edge, or maybe not so soon, yeah, like a big edge?
A
Yeah.
very, very big advantage for Harika indeed, but I somehow think Pranesh does this, he does this every single day. He seems to be playing god level chess as soon as he gets into a worse position. So now his strategy is, let's get into a worse position on purpose and then play, amazing chess afterwards. I mean, how many times have we seen Pranesh coming back from a nearly or even completely lost positions? I believe it happened very recently, I think 2 days ago, when he defeated Abhimanyu. It was a -2, -3 position, and then he still managed to come back from it. Personal experience as well. I've had a piece up against Pranesh like twice or 3 times, at least twice I can remember, and both times I have lost that match. So it's just he has this skill that he comes back, he bounces back in losing positions. It is very refreshing to see that at this level.
Is this something with the Chennai water or something? Yeah, the Chennai air here. We saw yesterday Gukesh playing against Fabiano Caruana was completely losing in the last round, managed to beat him there. And I think Pranesh, of course, also a very big talent from the city of Chennai. We can go through the moves. It is a semi-Slav here with C6, E3 played. We have the Meran system, Bishop D3. This is all mainline theory, has been played several times. Vishy Anand in his World Championship match with Kramnik played it. E4, C5. Harika, of course, knows this in and out. Queen C7, maybe all good until now. Queen E2, and now suddenly Pranesh goes Bishop D6, which is the start of perhaps something in the wrong direction.
Yes, and we can also see that he spent almost 8 minutes on this position, and this was the first time he ever thought about this game. So maybe this is not on purpose. Maybe this is a genuine mistake by Pranesh, and Harika capitalizes on that, takes on E6, attacks that pawn with knight G5.
Very good play, energetic play by Harika, because she's not afraid of this pawn going down, because she knows that this bishop could get trapped.
with some F4 G3 ideas.
Definitely. And then Pranesh makes another slight inaccuracy with knight to F8, although it looks like a very logical move to me. But she goes F4, pushing the golden pawn, for tactical purposes. We know this is a good thing now. C4 and bishop comes back to C2. Slight inaccuracy by Harika there. For some reason, bishop on B1 was superior.
Yeah, but I think a more human move, bishop C2, with the idea of pushing forward with E5. I already feel that Pranesh might find it difficult in this game. But then again, you guys said he's a fighter. He'll make his moves, and Harika will have to be energetic, because black does have his trump cards. Look at the queen side pawns. Look at the two bishops supremely positioned.
Yes, however, that knight on F8 looks a bit, well, not even a bit. It looks extremely unnatural, extremely uncomfortable. That E6 pawn is just hanging in there for now. We don't know how long can it survive how long it can survive. And maybe Harika has to move the king maybe on H1 just to prepare maybe some E5 pushes. Of course, something is going to happen in there, as Pranesh cannot let E5 happen at any point. And White's play just seems more easy.
Very natural, very easy. That's not, I don't think that's an understatement here. Look at black's position. Yeah, the pawn on E6 isolated. That king is doesn't feel safe anywhere. On the king side, it's not possible. Queen side, you are supposed to attack on the queen side. So that, and you cannot keep the king in the center either. So that king has a very, very big difficult game ahead of him. So yeah, I think Pranesh suffering there, at least for now. Meanwhile, Sagar, I would really like to draw your attention to Leon versus Iniyan as well.
Go, the game
Because-
of the other leader in the challengers.
Absolutely, and we had, I think, Reti system here. Maybe we can go to around move 9 or 10 because of a very interesting decision by Iniyan there. And I think it had Leon stumped for some time as well. I can see he's thought for about 4 or 5 minutes after that moment. Now this position is known as a reversed Benoni.
Very normal, yeah.
Very normal position, but look at this. Bishop takes f6. Now, generally speaking, black captures back with the queen here. It's a very basic principle of chess that you shouldn't damage your pawn structure for no reason. You should try to bring your pieces forward. But Iniyan plays g takes f6 here.
What do we think the idea behind this is? Because I don't think that there is some rook g8 ideas. The pawn structure is quite solid for white.
This could be Inian's prep. It's not a terrible move. It's playable. At the same time, it's quite possible that Iniyan knows Leon very well. In fact, I remember vividly back in 2019 when there was this training camp with Vladimir Kramnik back in France and on the border of France and Switzerland. Iniyan and Leon were there together. They were staying together. So, they've grown up together. They know each other well. And perhaps Iniyan feels that GF6 might be more uncomfortable for Leon to face, although only the time will tell whether it's uncomfortable for Leon or for Iniyan.
I am not sure who it is more uncomfortable for. I believe whichever side is less prepared is gonna suffer more here. But although White's king is super safe,
Yeah.
the follow-up is super easy. You do want to play this knight a3. I have no idea what this is.
He goes king f8, and so Iniyan is not only making one awkward move gf6, then goes king f8. And guys, do you see he made this move king f8 in 2 minutes? So he didn't even think much. Although in this game, what is very interesting for me is that when Leon played knight f3, Iniyan took close to 4 minutes 37 seconds to play d5, which means that perhaps he was not expecting knight f3 to be played, because I don't think he came late to the board.
Yeah. Leon usually goes c4, d4. That is more typical of him. Knight f3 could have stumped him a bit, but just looking at the final position, I feel this is exactly the type of position you need to play for a win.
Yeah. For whom but?
For both, I think.
both sides,
For
yeah.
both sides, yes.
Well,
I think this could have been somewhat preparation as well, and maybe Iniyan was just recollecting his thoughts before the game, that. Maybe that's why he took some 4 or 5 minutes to collect his thoughts, remember the prep, or maybe choose between the preps that he has on hand.
But I personally think White's play is not so tough, right? For example, threat is to clamp down the position with a4, so we could go b3, then rook b1, then b4, b5. I mean, in general, when you make such moves like gf6, king f8, you want your opponent to be finding it difficult to make moves. But here it feels like Leon does not have that difficulty. Rook e1 is not a bad move. Rook b1 with the idea of b4. In fact, guys, b4 is not so silly directly.
Wow.
Because after take, and rook a1, because the rook was hanging queen a1, and suddenly the d4 pawn is being attacked here.
Wow. So this is looking, I would say, very comfortable for Leon. Generally speaking, we have such ideas, and black has already castled. Black's king side is super intact. The pieces are more or less developed, but here it feels like black is just not ready for this.
Yeah. Well, guys, it seems like from the opening battles that we have had until now, Leon is having a much better position in this tournament now than Pranesh, because Pranesh is worse against Harika. We will also quickly check the game of Abhimanyu Puranik, because if Abhimanyu wins, he will be within a shouting distance of the leaders. You can see here a very complex game, and Abhimanyu is like, must win with white. I must go a bit crazy here.
Yep, and we also saw Abhimanyu's second yesterday, and he was
Kushagar.
Kushagar until around 1 or 2 a.m. or something like that. He was on his laptop in the lobby just preparing. Is this what happened? Sort of.
By the way, Kushagar also was the second of Humpy during the World Cup, and now here working with Abhimanyu. Yeah, life of a second gets very intense when the tournament comes towards conclusion, because there's a lot at stake and they really feel bad when something that they have not prepared comes on the board. So actually it becomes very personal at some point.
It can. Although in Kushagar case, I'm not sure.
I personally think it is. Yeah, so knight c6, rook a2. By the way, this rook a2 reminds me of this Ding Liren's move. Yeah, he did this and he called it, what did he call it? The cannonball kind of a move. But Richard Rapport had actually prepared it, rook a2 for him.
It does feel like a Rapport move, actually. He's a very, very creative chess player. So this does feel like something that he would do here.
And the idea of rook a2 being that once white develops the bishop from f1 to d3, you will play f4 or f3, and that rook on a2 will find its way to either e2 or f2 and contribute to the kingside attack.
Right.
Now it's a very flexible move, because you don't have a plan that is just one way. You can have rook a2 being useful in many different ways for you. So really nice move by Abhimanyu there, but he did think for about 20 minutes before he played rook a2. So maybe this is not full prep.
That's why Kushagar said sort of.
Yeah.
Rook a2 seems like over the board inspiration for Abhimanyu here. But guys, this is the kind of position you need when you are playing for a win. Yes, the engine says slightly better for white, but it means very little. Diptayan is a more positional player. Abhimanyu is more aggressive. This is the kind of position you need. By the way, we have some fans gathering over there. Do we already have a result or what? Not yet, yes?
No,
I also spotted the fans there, and I was just thinking, what's going on? Do we have maybe a special guest?
Maybe someone joined us here. Very cool. We'll get to know very shortly, guys. Now, heading back to the Masters. We've seen like the 3 most important games in the Challengers. We are going to just very quickly take a glimpse of Jorden versus Vincent. And guys, there were a couple of updates that happened in this game. After c6, the move that was played was queen h4, which we guessed could happen. Knight d7 by Jorden, offering a trade of queens.
And now the question is, does Vincent trade or not trade?
I think bishop g5. Let's go for it.
Let's go for the kill, yeah, because queen takes d8 might neutralize the advantage a bit. It might be easier for black to play in the next coming moves. But what I like here is to not exchange the queens, but rather exchange the bishops, because I like playing bishop h6. I can't play it right now, of course.
Yeah.
So bishop g5, f6, and then bishop h6. Let's take away my opponent's strongest piece. And now the d6 pawn becomes a weakness.
Yeah.
No, you're completely right. Very good points raised by our Grandmaster here. And if we do manage to trade off that bishop, I think white's play becomes even more and more easy to play. Look at that bishop on c8. It just looks super awkward, really stuck inside, especially after this knight d7 move. So here I think Jorden would have to become super precise how to continue in order not to accidentally run into a situation where we have a lot of weaknesses, a lot of stuck pieces, and the king also might become vulnerable, I might say.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so nice position for Vincent.
Yes.
I think a perfect position to get when you are trying to win the tournament. I think not too much pressure on him. here after this opening. We're going to quickly check the game of Vidit Gujrathi and Arjun Erigaisi. Guys, it seems like Arjun has played something today where he's not super well prepared. He's taking his time. It's a very standard position where we left off with pieces on their natural squares. Vidit actually took time out to stop the move b5. And now if Arjun had some plan in mind, he would have quickly played either knight c6, b6, knight d7, I don't know. But he's thinking. He's not making his move.
I think one thing that doesn't make much sense to me is that if Arjun is not feeling as healthy, which I think we know from yesterday, why go into a IQP position against someone like Vidit, right? That's like going against the craziest opening against Arjun. Because I feel Vidit is going to feel the most comfortable in a position like this because he understands pawn structures. I think probably one of the best players in the world who understands pawn structures. That would be Vidit for me. And secondly, what I don't like from Vidit is that he played a4 in this position. Because generally, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sagar, that a4 is generally considered to be a bad move. You should play a3 in these positions because once you play a4, you let go of this square of b4 where the black knight can jump to via knight c6.
Yes, exactly. That is what Arjun has done. He has played knight to c6 here, guys. And Vidit did stop b5, but wasn't worth it to push his pawn to a4. We'll get to know that as the game progresses. My choice here instead of a4 would have been queen e2. Because then I can play my rook to d1, the other rook to e1, and even if my opponent gets this move b5, I don't care. I mean, it's fine. What's the big deal if bishop b7, I go rook a d1, and then put my knight on e5? It's a very good position.
Yep, rook e1. Maybe you can also go for some d5 breakthrough in the position.
I was also thinking of the second.
If the situation allows it. Of course, you are thinking this because the Mora Gambit brain is working here. But yes, a strange decision by Vidit in that sense, Sagar. Because maybe you can give us some insight because you know him so well. Have you seen him play, such setups before? Has he gone for a4 before?
I don't know. I mean, in general, Anish did explain yesterday a bit about how Vidit understands all of this so well, but made not the best positional decision against Karthikeyan to trade rooks when he had more space.
Yes.
And sometimes, you're just not getting that feel right in a tournament. You feel like you just are not able to produce your best chess. And perhaps that's the situation with Vidit as well here. Maybe it's just a normal, natural move for him in the opening. But look at Arjun there, quickly now moving with bishop d7.
Bishop to d7. That's another, I would say, strange decision because knight b4, b6, bishop b... no, bishop d7 is fine because...
He'll put the bishop on c6.
Exactly. Yeah. He will play knight b4 and put the bishop on c6.
But can we get d5 in the meantime? Here, like pushing the pawn forward.
Maybe we can ask the audience.
Tactically, guys, this doesn't work. There is a good move for black. What do you play here, guys? Why do you take with the knight? Wow.
He's so sharp, actually.
It's so quick.
Okay, 1600. Are you very soon going to reach 2000? d5, knight takes d5, and this standoff here is in black's favor. So even if you take on d5, I can take the bishop on g5. So d5 isn't possible just yet. Okay, so while Vidit is now thinking for his move, it's a good moment to check out the game of Karthikeyan. He's seriously getting some edge, it seems, against Nihal Sarin's Alekhine. We saw rook e1 on the board here, and then castles c3, knight d7. And now, instead of taking the knight, you know what Oh, Karthikeyan took the knight.
Yeah.
Yes, 97. I thought he went back, keeping the space. Even not a bad move, by the way, to come back here because black lacks space. Takes, queen takes, knight d2. The other knight is coming here. b6, knight f3, bishop b7. Bishop to g5, attacking the pawn twice here with the threat of bishop d5. Rook e8 played. And this is the live board position.
Oh, I am not so sure of this position with black. The f7 square just suddenly, my spidey senses are tingling when I look at the f7 pawn. I just feel like the knight won't be able to move from d5 very soon because there will be some tactics here and there with some, maybe even bishop f7 at some point. So I am not so sure about this. And what is the idea behind rook e8 besides, of course, protecting the pawn? Do we want to go for e5 at some point, maybe?
Yeah, I think right now Nihal just defended this pawn, but maybe overall he doesn't seem to have too many possibilities. I mean, c5 might be the break he might be looking forward to instead of e5, as the knight is standing here.
Now, I like e6 and c5, I think. That break seems quite good. e5 also, I would like to play e5, but I don't think I would have the opportunity to play e5 because you would have to play f6, and of course I'm against pushing golden pawn for no reason, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, e6 could be the plan, but I do agree with you in the sense that I don't know if this opening is working out well for Nihal. I don't know if this risk has paid off in this position yet. Maybe on the clock it has to an extent because he has about a 20-minute lead over Karthikeyan, but I don't think it has paid off over the board.
Yeah, but my question is, if we want to go for e6, why put this rook on e8 first? Why not e6 first, c5? Is this maybe a safer way of playing things?
That's a good question. It's a very good question. And I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure why he would play rook f8. Maybe he doesn't want to be as committal. Because once you push a pawn, you can never take it back. And perhaps that could be a reason. Maybe he does, or maybe in somewhere in all the complex lines that Nihal is analyzing here, something about e6 he doesn't like.
Yeah, could be. And by the way, the move that you suggested might well be the better move in the position than rook e8. Yeah, so actually great job there. So e6 could have been nicer than rook e8. And now white has some plans. Bishop h4 to g3, take this diagonal, jump in with the knight to e5, and maybe even gain space on the queen side with a4, a5.
Wow. So now Karthikeyan is definitely sort of pushing for a win in this position. And maybe that's Nihal's strategy, to get his opponent to push, for him to invest in his time early on. Maybe this means that Karthikeyan might have a winning chance, but he won't have enough time to execute it. And that's where Nihal can strike. So both players here to play for a win. No draw, I think, possible.
Let's go.
The game is on.
Exciting. Guys, that means that the player who's on 4 points here, Karthikeyan, is pushing. He could reach 5, potentially fight for the second spot here, which would be huge for him. He came in as the last minute entry into this tournament to finish second in Chennai Grand Masters is huge. I want to take you guys to the game of Anish Giri and Awonder Liang. What a game we have had here. First this move, bishop c1, which was kind of shocking, but then we understood it.
Yeah.
Good job, Anish, finding this move. Then b5, gaining space on the queen side. Awonder says, I understand f5 is not possible yet. a4, again Anish, I think, made this move very quickly. Bishop b7, and now guys, the longest thing in the game for Anish. He's already thinking for more than 25 minutes.
Wow.
Exactly, that's actually what I noticed. I wear glasses, and for a second I thought that I'm misreading 0-3 to 3-0, and we are only like 2 minutes into the thinking. But then I looked very closely and I'm like, wait, is he like thinking for almost like 28 minutes even?
That is true. It seems to be true. But I think the position also justifies that, because if you haven't analyzed it, if you're not familiar, I mean, surely Anish is familiar with these positions. Maybe he doesn't remember it. There are many different ideas that white can go for. You can play knight, you can take, play knight a3, attack on b5. You can go for some d4 ideas early on, or you can go with the general, Spanish, that Fischer's idea with knight d2, knight f1, the typical stuff. And when you put the knight on f1, then it's a question about where do you keep it? Do you put it on e3? Do you put it on g3? So there are many different ways that white can approach this position, and it makes sense why Anish is sort of investing him time, calculating these complex ideas and figuring out how he can put the most pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, this is something which super GMs often do when they have prepared a line and they are at the end of their prep. Then they start to really think deeper that, okay, is this something that I should build my position like this, because I do feel that my opponent hasn't played in the best possible way. And yeah, Anish is one of those players who's right now kind of charting out his territory, like, should I go d4 direction or knight d2, knight f1 direction, and so on. So interesting stuff happening here in this game, guys. We are heading towards our first break. Should we look at one game, last game that we haven't looked at, Pranav versus Ray Robson?
Let's do it. Okay, this was the knight of position, I believe. Oh, by the way, the idea came on the board.
Yes.
Wow, Sahaj, that knight is incredible. The knight was on b3 and Sahaj was talking about all the plans in the position. We were at this point and he was like, one plan is to go knight d2, knight f1, knight e3. And guys, Pranav was like, Sahaj, I love your idea. I'm going here. Knight f1, b5, knight e3, and now he has these both knights looking at this d5 weakness.
And white is definitely going to take over that square. I mean, we also have the queen, the bishop, the pawn looking there. And I mean, I think very shortly we're going to see a knight jump on this d5 square. And I really don't like that e7 pawn, bishop, sorry, the e7 bishop in black's position.
Oh, actually, you were right, yeah? It's like a pawn.
It is.
It's like a big pawn. So yes, definitely a big trouble in the position. But I would say the other pieces who are much more active in comparison compensate for it.
So maybe just this game could very well continue with b4, knight d5, and then maybe we'll have a couple of exchanges on the d5 square. We'll see where this game is heading to. Guys, the penultimate round of this tournament is super exciting. We have no short draws. Everyone's come to the board in fighting mood, and we are going to continue our coverage after a very short break.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for
Welcome back everyone to the penultimate round of the Chennai Grand Masters 2025. We have very exciting round going on right now. The top board clash between Vincent Keymer and Jorden van Foreest is heating up. We have Tanya joining us along with Sahaj. Guys, Vincent is looking very comfortable. He did trade his queens, and this position, I believe he cannot really lose today.
I think Vincent Keymer can't lose in Chennai, full stop. And that's at least what we've been seeing so far. 4 wins, 3 draws, undefeated in the tournament so far, 1.5 point lead. And this is a dream position with the white pieces. It's what in chess we call a 2-result game. White has clear targets, material balance, but look at that d6 pawn that black has. You can just plan your entire play around it. Rook to d1, attacks it once, get the other rook on that same file, double up, attack it twice. Meanwhile, Jorden van Foreest, this is a nightmare for a player like Jorden, right? He likes those aggressive positions. He's not going to get any of that. For Keymer, a dream position with white.
Yeah, I agree. And a draw, even a draw today, would mean that he has confirmed a playoff at least. Unless someone at 4 points manages to win both their games, which is Karthikeyan and Arjun. which is quite unlikely considering that this tournament hasn't really seen someone just winning game after game.
You know, Sahaj, this sort of a position, it feels like worst case scenario for Vincent is a draw in this, and the best case scenario is actually wins it. And if he wins it, he pretty much gets the championship one round to spare.
Yeah, definitely. And like you mentioned, this Rook D to Rook D1 stuff, how is Black going to make progress? What is Black going? I mean, the one idea I see is King F7, King E7, and you defend the pawn on D6. But what about that Rook on 8? Where is that going to go? You can't play A5. There is no A4 because I'll play B3. And there's no way to get that Rook out either. So, do you think this is already, Vincent has secured a spot already?
I think just play the moves. Yeah, King F7, King E7, Knight F6, Bishop E6, A5, and then maybe hope that you get your chance here as Jorden. I think that's how the game will continue.
He'd have to sit on defense and just hope that somewhere Vincent goes wrong in that. But right now, I will say that these kind of positions is also where Vincent Keymer really thrives in. A position with no dangers. Let's not forget, he's Peter Lecko's prodigy. So playing this is what he's probably learned from childhood, started with the fundamentals. But what a tournament he's got, and he's looking sharp on the camera today as well. All suited up for this big game.
Yeah. Looking good here. Should we quickly check the game between Anish Giri and Awonder Liang? I think that was one game, Tanya, where we have to show you a moment.
I want to see the moment, but before we go to that, I want to ask both of you about this, because what do you think it is that Vincent Keymer is doing better than the rest of the field here in Chennai? Because it's such a stacked, sort of closely contested players lineup.
It's a good question. I think he seems, it's not just about the opening. I think he is better prepared, but he's finding those crunch moments really well. I think whenever his opponent makes a mistake, he seems to pounce exactly at that moment. I can think of the game against Awonder, for example, when he allowed F5 and F4 as well. And I think when F5 and F4 happened, Vincent was already very close to being completely winning. So I think he's able to spot those moments very easily, or much better than in comparison to other players. What do you think, Sagar?
Yeah, I think in general, when you get a chance in such events, you have to convert them, and Vincent did it. Even the first round, if we remember with Nihal, it was a bit shaky. And if that game had ended in a draw, we would never know if this would have been his performance. I think it's all about this, getting your chance and converting it. And in super tournaments like this, once you do it for like couple of games, it starts to flow. And that's what happened with Vincent here.
I think I want to add a little bit to what you just said. It's about converting those positions, but I think Keymer also has this incredible ability to pull the brakes at the right time, to switch gears, whenever required, to go into a full control mode. He's not always on that lookout for those chaotic positions, for that mess on the board. He's able to handle the positional battles with equal ease as he is. It looks like those kind of F5, F4 positions where he's going for the win as well. It just looks like in every aspect of the game, whether it's opening preparation, whether it's the versatility of the middle game, or even the technique in the end game, he's just a slightly bit better than everyone else right now in the field.
I think that's a great summary there. I used to watch Vincent a lot, even 4-5 years ago, and he always seems to have a good score against Indian players. At least that's what I felt, watching him. Maybe it's just the fact that he's in Chennai.
Yeah, I think this is his second visit to India. Mm-hmm. He was at the Olympiad.
And Tata Steel as well.
And yeah, he's played in Kolkata as well. I think he'll go back with great, pleasant memories here. By the way, guys, Anish Giri is doing something which has shocked, I think, everyone here, at least me in big way. I think he's taken the longest think of the tournament. He's been thinking for more than 43 minutes.
What?
43 minutes. He hasn't made his move after Bishop B7. He was at 1 hour 30 minutes and now he's thinking for 43 minutes. I don't know what is he thinking.
I was explaining a bit earlier all the different ideas, but yeah, 43 minutes I think is a bit too much for any position. There is a book, I think, by Kotovit is the Think Like a Grandmaster, where he explains that you mustn't spend more than 20 minutes on any position because it can mess up with your clock.
And Koto was saying it when the time control was much longer.
Yes.
And now it's like 90 minutes. Anish is using almost half of his time for one move.
And we're only on move 13, right? So already under the 50-minute mark for Anish. I think it comes from also the feeling that black is sort of completely ready to go f5 and strike at the center of the board. The bishop on b7 also gets ready for that. The king's already slid to the corner, so getting away from the pin along the a2 to g8 diagonal. The knight coming to c5. I wonder if Anish is feeling a bit of pressure here. But I also want to talk about what Sahaj just said. There is this feeling even amongst the top players, and they say this often, that the sweet spot in chess in critical moments, and I don't think this is one of the critical moments in this game, I think they lie ahead, is somewhere between 15 to 20 minutes. Anything more than that, you're doubting your own variations. You're double thinking everything that's going on in your mind. Your brain is getting more and more foggy. The calculations are getting that much more blurry. And usually, we've noticed this at even top level chess. A player who thinks more than 20 minutes, surprisingly, that's the move that mistakes happen on.
Yes, and we might see a mistake by Anish as well, because very rightly Tanya pointed out that he would have seen the best move already, but he is doubting it. He doesn't like something about it.
And the bar slightly goes down.
And he plays a takes b5. Maybe it's not the best move, but Tanya, I had promised you to show you something truly incredible in this game.
Let's see it.
This is the position that we had. And guess what Anish Giri played here with white?
I'm guessing it's not natural moves like a4 or knight bd2, because you'd never ask
we were
me.
on this position right now. When we were looking at it, this was the position.
Oh.
So
He did play a4 then.
no.
Oh.
No. He
Wait,
played.
what?
He played.
Bishop. Wait, bishop's on e3 here.
Yes.
The bishop came back.
Yes.
And it's the best move. This was his preparation. Guys, this was Anish Giri's most I think this game by Anish is very weird. First he brings his bishop back, then he thinks for 45 minutes, and now finally starts to play super quick, takes on a8, and Awonder is thinking.
The weird thing is that after a takes b5, Awonder responded. I think it was a move he spent 46 minutes on. 46 minutes
Let
on
me
one
be
move.
very precise. 46 minutes and 51 seconds
Wow.
is what he took.
And for a move like bishop c1, I just checked, Anish took 39 seconds
Yes.
to make that move. That is not over the board inspiration. That is 100% home preparation.
So, just to put things in perspective, a move like AB5, it took 46 minutes. A move like Bishop C1, it took 30 seconds. What's going on?
Yeah, this is what modern chess is about. You prepare, and once your preparation ends, you want to just get to the heart of the position. But I think Anish got too much into the heart of the position. Yeah, that 46 minutes.
Whatever happened to don't move your pieces twice in the opening? We've got a lot of kids here today. Do not try this at home unless your name is Anish Giri. This is incredible stuff. Bishop c1. But how do you explain it? What was the point behind it, Sahaj?
The point of Bishop C1 was to deal with the threat of F5. So if you played F5, I can always take on F5, GF5, and then I had Knight G5. Now you will ask, how does this change the situation since my bishop is on E3 or on C1? Well, after Knight G5, black has F4. And if you played...
Okay, please can we show pawn takes knight what happens? Maybe you already did.
Yeah, we
So
did all of this.
Let's go!
Very nice.
Oh.
Very nicely done. But I have another very nice question for you. So let's say, Sagar...
I think he's saying something. What were you saying? Or not? Okay.
So
Queen
Sagar,
H5.
instead of Bishop C1, I have another very cool line for the audience over here. If you play A4, there is F5, E takes F5, G takes F5, Knight G5, F4, right? Right. But in this position, if White plays Knight E6, now I'm attacking your queen. What would you play?
What
He's so sharp.
You're sacrificing your queen.
That's beautiful. That's so
Calculated everything today. Did you do your puzzle rush in the morning? No. Very sharp.
takes.
No, it's good because if they do puzzle battles, it's over for us. You know.
And black, wow, this was amazing calculation. I think today we are not just 3 in the panel, we have like 10 more people out there who are going to support us.
A lot of commentators in the building today. Love it. But this is, so preempting all of that, he moves bishop to c1.
Yes.
So it's prophylaxis.
Right.
Comes back, and then this is where we are. Some trades have happened. Once again, even though the rooks are off the board, f5, that has got to be black's big plan, right?
Absolutely. F5 is definitely going to happen. And although after AB5, I can understand why Awonder didn't think. But after Rook 8, I'm still thinking, okay, maybe he could have spent a bit of time. He's playing extremely fast against Anish. Maybe he's trying to get him in time pressure, but we'll see.
Sagar, you were at dinner yesterday with Anish. How is he feeling about his 7-draw streak?
No, he came here as well. We spoke about it, and in the interview yesterday he was here, and I think he gave a very interesting answer. He said, like, I think it was the first time I ever heard him say something like, I can afford to, the main dream is to become a world champion, but I can afford to actually not be completely consumed by it because I'm quite well placed in my career and so on. So it was more like in the direction of what Hikaru says. And also Anish is taking this as a training ground for the upcoming World Cup in India. So he's basically kind of making himself understand that this is fine. And if you remember, guys, in Prague Masters, Anish also had several draws, but he finished with 2 wins at the end, and his tournament became amazing. So he's basically just hoping that today and tomorrow he wins, goes back home with great memories of Chennai.
And I think this position, it could go anyone's way, right? It's still a game for all 3 results. Still a lot of pieces on the board, and the first pawn break hasn't really happened. It's going to happen at the center, either white going d4 or black getting f5 in first. And when that happens, either of these 2 moves, the position will explode. But in whose favor, only time will tell.
Yes, I'm actually quite excited for this game. And let's quickly head over to the game between Vidit Gujrathi and Arjun Erigaisi. I believe that this battle of the isolated queen pawn is going to kind of keep heating up, keep boiling here, because I don't think Vidit is planning d5. And so we'll have a very nice pure IQP.
Yes, because d5 is not possible anymore. Maybe you can prepare via rook d1, moving the queen out of the way, because black's rook is on e8, it's x-raying our queen on e2. But yeah, rook d1 looks logical. Knight e5 maybe as a nice follow-up. But I think as white, maybe you should let go of this d5 idea for just a few moments, and maybe you just think about some kingside attack ideas. I also like throwing h4 in these positions at some point.
Oops. Yeah.
The IQP is it's a very fascinating pawn formation, and I think it's very instructive as well because it's one of the most popular pawn structures of chess. It comes from many, many different openings, and it's so important to understand the different plans for both players. Perhaps you guys have already touched upon it, but if you're playing with the isolated queen's pawn, in this case with the white pieces, the idea often revolves around trying to create an attack on your opponent's king. You want to make use of the square e5. You want to centralize your pieces. You want to avoid trades as much as possible. You don't want to go into an endgame because then your pawn becomes a real weakness. Like you said, maybe throw in an h4 to make more pressure. Maybe reroute the bishop to another diagonal. I love that we've already got the arrows on the board. A beautiful design there by Sagar Shah. Bishop a2, bishop b1, set up a battery. So always try to look for an attack. On the other side, for the players who's playing against the isolated queen's pawn, you've got 2 ways to do it. Either you go directly for an attack on the pawn, or you place a piece in front of the pawn.
Sagar, why did you stop? Why did you stop? I wanted to have a picturesque moment there,
That's very Hikaru Nakamura as if you would have loved to see it. I think someone's got a question, yes. Oh.
Oh, judges.
Oh, okay, my bad. So,
I saw Sagar doing G4 King Jude. I was like, no, that's too much, and then he
I
stopped.
was like, till Tanya is suggesting all the plans, I'll keep drawing arrows.
Why
but
did
then
you stop
I
though?
ran out of arrows.
because I was just moving on to the black side now, we have to start explaining
Okay,
that.
I'll do the black stuff.
And I think this is pretty clear, right? You attack that isolated queen's pawn on d4, or you just target the square in front of it. Again, you want to exchange as many pieces as possible so that it's easier to get to that pawn, not so many defenses. There's this eternal debate in chess, right? Bishop versus knight. I think there's one more eternal debate in chess. There are two kinds of players. One who like to play with the isolated queen's pawn, and the other who like to play against it.
Let's ask our viewers, how many of you like to play with the isolated queen pawn?
Oh, wow.
Wow, so many of you. And how many of you like to play against it?
To fight it.
I see the same
Absolutely
hand.
against it. Absolutely against it.
I think some people just like playing chess.
Yeah,
Give
yeah.
them any position.
They like to play with it and against it. Love it.
What
Because
about you,
versatile,
Sagar?
universal.
What about you?
I like to play against it, but I think I have had good results with it because at some point I realized that if you study the position well, then you can actually know the plans better than your opponent. And there is this very nice book, by the way, on this subject by Alexander Baburin. It's called Winning Chess Middle Games. And perhaps this book could be very handy to know the plans.
Well, look at Vidit. We're talking about who in the commentary studio here with our audience likes the position, but he's been head and hands for a long time. He's low on the clock. You look at him on the camera, it doesn't feel that he wants to be the one playing with the isolated queen's pawn in this position.
Yeah, but it's Vidit. I think he must be, he must be so comfortable in such positions, right? Because Vidit likes positional situations, and so I would think that he would feel comfortable here. And also from Arjun's side, we did go through the opening as well, and Arjun sort of simplified very, very quickly, perhaps because of his health, or we don't know the exact reason for that, but I'm just speculating here. But this also goes to say that Arjun maybe was okay with making a draw, and Vidit is the one trying to play for a win here. So I would say this still, I would prefer to be Vidit considering everything, considering all elements.
Yeah. I mean, in general, the natural move should be just rook a d1. You play it without much thought. You got your rooks on these two files, which are generally good. But I think Vidit, maybe in his mind, has something very concrete. He's thinking about takes, and knight e4. And he's looking at taking on f6, maybe knight d6, something on those lines.
Yeah, I love it. Knights are super important in this attack. One headed to d6, the other going to e5, the rook from a1 sliding over to d1. Very interesting position here. Vidit has a choice. Does he give up that bishop? Because somewhere in your heart, you want to keep as many pieces as possible because you don't want to trade. Or maybe there's something direct and concrete, like you pointed out. So sitting down to calculate, and Arjun, he does look a bit unwell on camera as well, you can tell. But, a sign of a champion is that when you're not feeling at your best, you're still giving it your best. Arjun is still at joint second place in the tournament.
Yeah, I think this year, Arjun has fallen ill in a couple of very important events for himself. One was in Vaikanze, where he was not feeling up to the mark, and now here. So, guys, if you are a chess player here, you would be thinking it's all about preparation on the board, but actually health becomes a very critical part of being a top player.
Absolutely. And Arjun, I think is a very big example of that, in a sense.
And that's the reason why the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, chooses to go play golf or to go play any other sport as part of preparation before a game. Because again, just being at the top of your fitness for a long number of hours when you're facing this field is a huge part of being the best. Otherwise, it's the mistakes that happen in the third, fourth hour of play.
It just reminds me that the first time Magnus was in India, because I remember reading up, I think on ChessBase India about this, where Magnus was going outside and he was sort of playing with the football during his matches, Not during the World Championship match, but it was, I think, in one of the Rapid and Blitz times. I have this memory.
Steel Chess India.
Yes.
And Magnus was not feeling so good about his play. And this is what Magnus is very good at. He kind of observes that his body and mind are in sync, and he was not feeling so well. And so he told the organizers, "Can you arrange for a football?" And then he went to the terrace there. He took off his shoes and played barefoot there with the football. And once he kind of felt good, he wore his shoes, went to the next game and started winning again.
Wow.
That was the same tournament where Magnus Carlsen perhaps had one of his shortest games, and I wonder if any of you remember who it was against.
Yes.
That's everything today.
Yes, it
Wow.
was the Italian, correct. Nice. How many times did you see this video? 10,000.
All those views on Chess-Based India is from here.
Yeah. Nice, amazing. That's how it reached 86 million views.
Now we know.
Okay, by the way, Rook E8 is on the board, and right now Vidit is thinking, I think Vidit is somehow mirroring his friend Anish here by taking so much time. We have to quickly check the game of Karthikeyan Murali. Again, Tanya, you are in for a shock here because Nihal Sarin opened the game with the Alekhine defense.
Wow, love to see it. But I think if one player would do something like this, it's Nihal, right? Always coming up with these unorthodox openings.
And we are at this position right now, and Karthikeyan seems to be doing quite well.
In the whole tournament, I want to say. I mean, it's incredible. If you love an underdog story, then I think Karthikeyan is the player to watch here. He was supposed to play in the Challengers section. He wasn't supposed to play in the Masters tournament. And then Fedosiev withdraws a last-minute entry, and Karthikeyan gets his spot into the Chennai Grand Masters tournament. A huge opportunity for him. And when that usually happens, we've seen this play out in the chess world. When you get these kind of chances, the hunger to win, to prove yourself is that much more. And right now, Karthikeyan, with his win over Vidit yesterday, and what a win that was in the endgame, just the way he converted it, finds himself sharing the second spot. If things go his way, he might be fighting for championship tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. This is very interesting because if he wins and if Vincent draws, then in the last round, Karthikeyan does have an outside chance of tying with Vincent. Although right now it's not very likely, but we'll see.
Yeah, he has Nihal and then Arjun in the last round.
Yeah, he's playing Arjun tomorrow.
But you've got to take one step at a time, right? If you're Karthi right now, and the position he has is actually quite pleasant for white. You've got all your pieces in those central lines. The e7 pawn is weak. You have your rook and queen doubled up. Everything is very harmoniously developed. Meanwhile, for Nihal, that bishop on b7, stuck behind his own pawn. The bishop on g7, blunted by Karthi's pawn, the pawn chain at the center of the board. And unless you're able to break free with a move like e5, you're playing extremely passively as black in this position.
Yeah, e5 or c5 is a must
C5, I think,
in
makes.
this position.
But I think maybe he doesn't like C5 because probably after some bishop d5, bishop e7 ideas somewhere, or maybe he doesn't like d takes c5, queen takes c5, and some variation, tactical line in there that he doesn't like. But yeah, I think c5 break would level the position. Although I do agree with you that on the board, Karthikeyan's position looks quite good, but off the board, let's look at the clock. I mean, he has around a 20-minute difference, which will, affect him at some point.
I think he's taken a lot of time in this move, particularly here, Karthikeyan. He's now trying to come up with a plan which is nice because maybe he'll continue with h4, h5. He could continue with a4. We'll see what he does here. Let's head over to the game.
This is a classic case, right, where you've put all your pieces on the right square, or you've optimized your development, and now you need to go to step 2. And very often a player goes into the think tank here because it's not as easy to find that step 2. How do you make progress from here?
Yeah, he's just thinking about it, and I think we can come back in a bit here. Should we go to Pranav?
Let's do it.
Versus Ray Robson. Pranav, actually, managed to find a beautiful maneuver of his knight, which is very well known, and Sahaj also pointed out the knight came from b3 to e3 with both the knights controlling the d5 square. And right now it's the move for white. What would you consider? Should I ask the viewers this question? It's a very interesting one. What do you think is a good move for white here? A slightly non-obvious move. What do you play here as white? Rook a5. That's possible. Not a bad idea, but maybe b4 would be played. Pushing. Good move. Yes.
So black wants to play b4 and kick that knight on c3. And don't forget that queen on c8, it's also x-raying that pawn on c2. So we've got to fight that idea.
Yeah, that's a good point.
have you heard about world champions? Have you heard about world champions? You have? Okay.
Who's your favorite world champion?
Hey, nice. So when you think like this, think about what would a specific world champion play in this position. So for example, what would Karpov play in a position like this?
Nice.
Very deep.
See, now we're getting to that
Close,
direction. We're getting close. We're getting
Better
close.
move, knight d5, but there's one move which is really, really strong. It's to stop this pawn on b5. Yes, you can answer.
Yes, very
Well done.
good.
b4 said by both of you here, and stopping the pawn on b5 and fixing this weakness. You can then do this thing which rook a5 you mentioned, queen e2, and this could really become weak.
Yes, rook a5, queen e2, that pawn on b5 looks very... By the way, this is the only move that gives Pranav a sizable advantage. Otherwise, the position more or less balances out with any other move. So, crucial. This is one of the moments where that blue arrow should be there, because I think without b4, it doesn't have that advantage anymore.
While I think b4 is super strong, I also think that the other suggestion of jumping the knight to d5 just makes a lot of sense. It kind of forces black to give up one of the bishops. So at least, long term, you will have a bishop pair advantage.
Right.
So that would give something to play for. So I think knight d5, whoever suggested, also a really good approach in this position. b4, super classy.
b4 is a very difficult move to play here, for sure.
By the way, guys, a small update. Vincent Keymer has actually
I think he wants to say something.
messed up a bit. Yes, you want to say something?
That's a very good point.
It's a very good point.
Yeah, he's saying that after knight d5, you can't take with the knight because the bishop's trapped on e6. Thank you very much. So you'll have to give up your light squared bishop, which is the only active bishop that in fact black has. Now you take back on d5, and Jorden would be left with a dark squared bishop, which is a very sad piece here.
Yeah, Ray Robson. This would be quite tough. But this is good analysis. We are going to go quickly to the game of Vincent versus Jorden. And the last move that was played by Vincent, very interesting. He played e4.
So is it fair to say that this game will fizzle out into a draw very quickly?
No, that's unfair to say. The reason I say that is I think draw is the most likely result, but I don't think it will be quickly. I think it still goes on. I think the players will play because Vincent just has such a pleasant position. And maybe it's not so easy because if you were to capture that central pawn as black, you take back, and at some point, bishop takes knight. And now slow...
What's strange to me is that he played e4 because he didn't have to play e4 because that is him going or sort of simplifying the position on purpose.
b3, right?
He could have played b3 or e3 and kept the idea of e4 for a later stage. This is why I feel that Vincent is kind of forcing
the matters.
Yeah, he's
Very
simplifying it more.
But I'm very interested because I just realized as well that h3 is hanging. So after knight takes pawn, you capture, rook takes knight. The thing is that I do like that d6 is still weak and f4, g4 is in the air.
Right.
trying to gain some space on the other side as well. But black,
D5, I think there will be a thing.
D5 is something.
Should have kept the pawn on E3 because then
about.
D5 is not possible as much. So I really think this might be the first game to finish.
Possible. And I think maybe Keymer's just happy with it, right? With the tournament situation, draw at least guarantees him, I want to
Playoff
say,
spot.
a joint top finish with a playoff spot if Arjun and if Karthi win their game.
Yes.
And if he draws today, tomorrow he faces Ray Robson. And I think Ray Robson would be also happy with the final round draw, perhaps. It's not been particularly great event for him. So, yeah, Vincent is in such a commanding position in this tournament that even 2 draws gets him the title.
I still think he's going to play this on for a little bit. I think he's going to make Jordan sweat
Do you
justice.
think Vincent is going to play for a...
You can't say Vincent without saying win. So I think he will play for exactly what you were going to say.
Guys,
Nice.
I have to draw your attention to the last move that was played here, last couple of moves between Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit Gujrathi. He went Queen E2 and we were at Rook E8, and Vidit here for his next move played Knight E5, giving up a pawn. Wow, he was tempted by this option of Knight E5.
Oh, wait. So Knight D4, Queen D3, Knight C6. Do I have Knight takes F7?
That's what Vidit is angling for here. And why is this move? How is it possible, Sahaj? Take here.
Good question.
King takes. And guys, what's the move here? Only move.
Whoa.
Queen F5, yeah, but
Knight D4 probably there, or King G8 and my king just
runs
escapes.
away.
Yeah. There is only one move here that sort of keeps things okay for white, and that is Rook A D1. Not a very easy move to play, no? Because you just sacked a piece and now you're focusing on development. Chess can be very strange sometimes like this.
That is not easy. I think thinking having knight into pawn on your radar, that is there. But Rook D1, playing a quiet move after that, incredibly difficult. But it comes with a huge threat, right? You're threatening bishop takes knight, winning the bishop on D7. And the question is, how does black save this? Because there are also ideas of bishop takes E6 at the right moment once the queen sidesteps.
Maybe there's bishop C8. Yeah,
And now you move your queen to somewhere on the E file, I wanted to say, so that I can get bishop takes pawn and hit the queen. Is that an idea?
Maybe Queen F5, his move now.
Oh, very strong. Yeah, queen F5 now.
Yeah, Queen F5 is also a very
not the
good
best
move.
move, yeah.
If not
Why
for
not queen E3 maybe?
this incredible defense, King F8. And that's
Same idea.
super tough.
Same idea. Why? Huh?
Queen H3 is an insane move. Meanwhile, we have Tanya and Sahaj analyzing.
Getting into the position now
Our
because
chess player in us is coming out because this comes with that threat, right? You're attacking E6 and the queen at the same time.
So actually, with it, really spiced things up when he jumped with his knight on E5. And Arjun was like, okay, I have to take the challenge. I will take this pawn. And finally goes back. And now we are here. Vidit has 36
Will he
minutes.
play knight takes pawn?
100%.
Will Vidit go for this is the question right now.
Okay, is it at all possible that Vidit overlooked that after bishop f6,
maybe.
bishop f6, knight takes d7, which looks like you're just winning a piece? We can ask the audience here,
Yes.
what's the move?
Guys, what's the move here? Vidit seems to have overlooked this. Black to play.
Knight e5, then knight takes e5.
Come on, guys, think carefully. Black to play and win. What a great move, Sahaj. I think you are right. This is what Vidit missed.
Yes. What?
No,
Knight
not,
b8, still knight takes f6, that's a check.
not bishop c3.
Then b c3. There is only one move here that wins the knight back. Close, then knight takes f6 check again. Sagar bhai, do you want to reveal the move?
Wait, I'm also trying to think. Let's
think
give
this
everyone a
is-
chance.
This is a very beautiful move.
Oh, I see it.
It is indeed.
Wow.
Well done.
What a move here.
Beautiful.
It's like closing a door so that a piece is trapped, But let's say, I don't know, even if you come back here, knight e5, rook e5, I don't even take the rook. Okay, I take the rook. I was
That's
thinking
simple, right? You just take the rook and you're up in
but
exchange.
actually it's trapping the knight. There's nothing else. Oh,
No. And then you're up a pawn. Once the dust settles, black has an extra pawn in the position.
Do you think he missed this?
100%. I think you've hit the nail on the spot here. That this is what was Vidit's idea all along. It wasn't to go knight takes pawn. He just thought that Arjun cannot play knight c6. And how sharp is Arjun? Because he's obviously spotted it. Otherwise, you're losing a piece. So Arjun has seen bishop d4.
yes. Arjun looked one step ahead, and now Vidit could either be kind of regretting his decision, or he gets his act together and sees, oh, knight f7 is possible here.
But you only see knight into pawn as possible if you see rook sliding over to d1.
Yes.
With all those ideas, which is not so obvious. Especially when in your mind you're sort of stuck with this d7 bishop that you want to win.
Yeah,
And Vidit is down a pawn right now. He needs to be concrete.
correct. This is such a beautiful example of trying to now not remember, or kind of don't regret if you miss something. Now come back in the moment. Look at that, Vidit about to play, guys.
What do you think? Will he go knight takes pawn? Yes.
Bishop f6.
Then bishop f6 and queen d7.
You get rid of the defender, you pick up a piece. Queen h.
No, that was queen h3 or something. So that was knight b. Bishop c8. That was not queen c8, it was bishop c8. Queen h3. Queen h3 only move here. Okay.
Oh, it takes f7. Knight.
Let's
Knight
go.
takes f7. Has
It's
happened,
happened.
guys.
He's gone for it.
We will look at more analysis now.
And now the question is, we spoke about how Vidit might have missed bishop d4. Did Arjun miss knight takes pawn?
This
Is that
such
a move that was overlooked?
I mean, I would be surprised if Arjun missed this, because
It's an easy miss.
Arjun doesn't miss things, He just doesn't miss
I
anything
think
like
he
this.
spotted bishop d4 Sahaj, but this and the double exclam is on the board. It's a brilliancy, guys. Knight takes pawn. Vidit has seen rook d1.
Yeah, I love this game, how it's kind of moving in up and down these kind of curves, but what is happening in the minds of the players is unclear to all of us. Did Vidit see this? Did Arjun see that? We hope to get one of the players here, but for now, Arjun has to take the knight. There's no other way, and then rook a d1.
And I just want to point out, in this up and down, wavy, curvy game that you're talking about, the accuracy of both players is so high. 97.3% accuracy for Vidit Gujrathi and 98.1% for Arjun.
Amazing.
Wow. And knight takes f7 being one of the moves is super impressive. But however, my problem with this variation is that after you take, it looks fancy, right? It looks really fancy. It looks like Vidit is about to go for the win. But however, the next few moves, he has to just go rook d1, bishop f6 and queen
It's a great
d7
point.
and just simplify it completely. So it's not like he's going for any tactical measures here. It's just simplifying the position further.
And the bar says that black's doing fine after
Yeah.
all the complications.
Exactly. And also, when you play a classical chess game, I think when you see hour 30 on your clock, just 30 minutes on your clock, you start to panic, because that's the first sign of worry that this is where, time can be an issue.
Yeah.
So I feel this is where I would start to be worried for Vidit, because we know that in crunch moments, Vidit has been having issues in overall as well, and also in this tournament specifically.
The fact that Arjun hasn't immediately snapped up king takes knight, I want to say it's not a move that he had on his mind. It's not something that at least he had when he played knight to c6. When he retreated with this knight, this is not what Arjun had spotted. So now it's on him to step back, to calm himself down and sort of navigate these complications. Can we go deeper into this line, Sagar?
Yeah, let's go. Like king f7, rook a d1, and now I don't know what is the best move for black here. There are many different possibilities. You can go back king g8 trying to run away. By the way, we can see this unfolding, guys. King takes f7, Arjun has just taken, and now Vidit must go rook a d1. Is there any other move that he can get tempted to? I don't think so.
Yeah, rook d1, we can see from the blue arrow. It's the only move in the position.
Whereas everything else is worse for white.
Losing.
It's losing for white.
Losing, yes.
Every other move except rook d1, and Vidit's much worse. He's close to losing. So he has to find it.
Basically, rook d1, you go not king g8, you go king f8. Takes. So takes.
By the way, he brings his rook to d1. So that's on the board. King f8 takes.
Rook d7.
Takes.
And now knight e5. And now the position is...
Oh, that's a nice move. It's a double attack.
Let me just point out that it is not Vidit who's playing for a win here anymore. Even though knight f7, as beautiful of a move as it is, there is no follow-up, sadly.
Yeah, actually, you know, Sahaj, more than playing for a win, Vidit played this combination not to lose in a way, because he was a pawn down, right?
Yeah.
You have to.
So in a way, it equalizes the game. And as this variation beautifully shown, by the way, king f8 takes, queen d7 takes, and then knight e5. You have to play rook c7 to defend the bishop, and perhaps now trades here. And guys, why can't you take this bishop on a pawn on e6? This.
Yes, wow, they're so sharp
I think
actually.
they're coming after our jobs. You guys want to come here?
No, they're not coming after our
They're coming
job.
after their job.
They're coming after their job.
They are after the job.
Our jobs are safe.
And now, beautiful. Takes and the rook falls. Amazing job, guys. Rook a
What a
d1
spot.
on the board. And
So,
let's see what Arjun does.
looking at all the sort of variations here, what percentage would you give Arjun winning? What percentage of a draw chance? What percentage of a Vidit chance?
90% draw for me.
90% draw.
Yeah.
What about you, Tanya?
If this line plays out until knight e5, as we saw in that position, attacking the rook and bishop, I would think very close to what Sagar said, 80-20, 85-15, and 85% chance that it ends in a draw. If anyone's pushing for the win, it's Arjun Erigaisi.
So Vidit has no chance.
If it reaches that position that we were talking about
Right,
with
right.
knight e5.
But if it doesn't reach that position, then Arjun's chance to win increases, right?
For example, if Arjun here goes bishop to c8,
Yeah.
and then there's this queen h3 stuff, I think the position just explodes and opens up, and then we're talking a completely different game. Then it's Vidit who's on the front foot.
Actually, it looks so scary that if you move queen c7, I might have rook takes c6 here, and I would love to see it on the board. I don't know if it's working or not, but
Absolutely right. This is perfect because
look at
now
this.
you can't take with the bishop. It's checkmate in.
King g6, bishop d3 check, bring the king to g5. I don't know where is the mate, but there must be a mate somewhere here. So not queen f5, yeah?
Maybe
Wait, there is something here.
queen e3, queen e3?
It says queen f7, but I think it's not a
What
checklist.
about queen e3 here?
Queen f7 working. King h6, no?
What about queen e3? Isn't that
Queen e3, queen f4, h4.
H4?
Oh, Tanya is super sharp. Super sharp, wow. King g4.
Queen H-
No, f3, f3.
F3.
King g3, knight e2 check, and
Or
then
queen f2.
Oh, it's a mate.
Many checkmates. Everyone wants to find one.
yeah.
So bishop c8, and it completely turns around. So now again it's on Arjun to find the only move in the position to get the king to the right square, which is f8.
I think king g8 and king f8 both should be okay. King g8 with the same idea of bishop takes, queen takes d7, takes, and knight e5. It's very similar.
But here there's bishop takes pawn check in the end, and maybe that's the difference. That line with rook c8, and you remember all those tactics we saw, suddenly will not work because after rook takes rook, there's bishop takes pawn coming in with a check, so you don't have rook e8.
So very, very nice. But that's why king f8 is important. But I think someone like Arjun will definitely
He finds
something
it.
like
He'll
this.
find it.
He'll play king f8?
Yeah, I think he'll find the move. Look at him just calculating. He doesn't even need to look at the board there.
I would love to get a heart rate monitor on Arjun right now and see is it 66.
Yes.
Is it as calm as he actually looks on our screen?
So right now he's chilled. He knows knight f7 was the worry, because I mean when knight f7 happened, something would have spiked there, but now it's completely, I think, level.
He just doesn't give any emotion away. I mean, the position's sort of on fire, right? You're taken aback with this knight takes pawn move, and yet you're chilling. Arjun chilling.
Yeah, he's just super relaxed here. And I want to come back to this game and see what Arjun plays.
Let's go to Karthikeyan versus Nihal, because fire is on the board indeed with h4. Even though it's a bad move, I don't care, but h4, h5 looking like there is some solid things are attacking.
Love it, actually. Karthikeyan Murali is taking on the fight to Nihal Sarin, and this is exactly the kind of game I believe Karthikeyan wanted, and also to some extent what Nihal wanted when he went for the Alekhine. He was like, okay Karthi, attack me, I'll defend, and perhaps I'll get my chance there.
I'm still really liking White's positions for all the points that we made earlier. You know, as long as Black doesn't have a central break, White's pieces are so much more active. H5 is coming in. Not just H5, he can also shift focus to the other side. A4 at the right time, trying to basically play on all sides of the board. And it just feels like it's hard to come up with a plan if C5 is not possible. B5 also very tender.
Also, he committed B5, which was a bit strange to me, because now the plan of C5 will be less likely, as the B5 pawn will always be left hanging.
Yeah, I think mainly Nihal wanted to stop C4, get this light square control, which is why he got his pawns here. But long term, this is not looking pretty. If Karthikeyan somehow also maneuvers his knight to D3, he could also make his knight sit on this nice square on C5 in the long run. Okay, here Nihal has 20 minutes lead on the clock. He's thinking about his move here.
But it's advantage Karthikeyan. I think we can safely conclude on that. It's going to be a long grind, far from a sizable advantage, but he's the one pushing. Better placed pieces, pawns are moving forward, knight will jump to E5, the bishop hitting on E7, all the trumps for White currently.
Guys, I have to take you to the Vincent Keymer game.
Yes.
The top board game, we left it at E4 and we thought that, okay, there are going to be trades, but once he took on E4, Vincent went for the D6 pawn. And now after takes, and it's the live board position, the question is, do you take the pawn on C4 or is there something else here?
I think the real question is, will Jorden offer the draw or will Vincent offer
Really?
the
You
draw?
think so? Yeah. I think.
Is there a 30 move rule?
40 move.
40 moves. So you can't offer a draw. So you would have to find a way to repeat the position.
Yeah.
But I'm more inclined to go with what Sahad said earlier, that actually maybe Vincent has it in his mind that he wants to safely navigate this towards a draw given the tournament situation. Because trading off the D6 weakness for a healthy C4 pawn, it has to favor Black.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I guess. It doesn't favor anyone, I think. I think both sides are just gonna take the draw, because there is nothing to play for. One thing, if Vincent had very low time, then I would say Jorden can maybe push for a win. But in this scenario, nah.
But when I say favor, I mean from a position where you're defending a weakness, now you've just neutralized your weakness. You don't even have anything to save anymore.
Yeah.
You're completely out of trouble then as Black.
I think that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. From that perspective, I think, Van Foreest, I think, is going to be way more.
But he's thinking, which means that bishop takes pawn, he finds an alternative to that move.
No, I think he probably didn't expect rook takes d6. Probably he was looking at knight takes e4, but that's the most logical move. You keep that weakness on d6 alive, and you live to see another day. But I think rook takes d6 just took him by surprise, and okay, he just goes bishop c4. No surprise there. Knight takes e4, and now I think there will be a couple of exchanges. Knight takes e4, rook f8. You exchange the rooks, and Yeah, then it's a question once again, who offers the draw?
1 second. If knight takes knight, bishop takes knight, and the rooks come off the board, and it's a pure bishop pawn endgame, I would be inclined to think that black might be able to push just a little bit more, simply given that his majority 3 versus 2 is on the left flank, which makes it further away from the kings to try to create a passer.
So good point, but the problem is that I have my bishop on e4, which is tying down your c6 and b7 pawns.
Another small problem is that Vincent is white. And he's playing so well here. In that sense, I think you're right. I think
Jorden won't push.
Won't push.
Nah, yeah, I think Jorden is also pretty happy to take a draw here.
Yes.
Of course, playing rounds consecutively
I
for
just
so long.
realized, Sahaj, you're wearing a chessboard today.
Oh yes.
Did you pick that up from the playing hall?
No. This is from Chennai actually. I got this
nice
yesterday. Yes.
catch.
But yeah, thank you so much.
Very cool.
Can we play can we set up the pieces?
Yeah. Of course. This is actually the game of Nihal against Arjun.
Really?
Yeah. It's that position.
Oh.
I'm kidding. Of course not.
Very cool.
Actually, this could be a great thing, no? Like you have a tournament, and then in that tournament there's an iconic position, and quickly you print some T-shirts of that position, and then everyone can have the sign of the players there.
Wow.
It's a good idea.
By giving us some
Sagar
crazy
was
idea.
thinking about merch and content,
Yes.
How to do this, how to make it happen. But I love it. I'd buy those T-shirts. If out of all the games that we've had in this tournament, you could put one position on
I would put Bishop A6 by Jorden van Foreest against Vidit from round 1.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it was the move of the tournament for me.
Wow.
Yeah, that was crazy. Even though the match didn't necessarily go his way the way that he wanted, but that move was crazy.
Or would we put Anish Giri's Bishop C1 today?
No.
Or would we put Vidit Gujrathi's Queen F5
Against?
against Anish? Which wasn't the best move in the position, but beauty prize goes to that.
Some great moves, no? In this tournament, we could actually compile a complete tactical sort of not a book, but small book.
Speaking of Vidit and Queen moves, a lot of action in his game against Arjun. And Arjun
G8.
finds the move King G8. So not the most precise one, but good enough to keep the balance.
Yeah, maybe he just sees that knight takes bishop rook straight and he's happy with the outcome. King F8 I think was slightly more accurate in this position, but King G8 just is fine. But now it's a tough decision for Vidit because you just played knight F7. You had this mentality that I'm going to crush my opponent, and just 2 moves later you have to simplify everything into a draw, which is not an easy task.
Yeah. Not so easy at all. And guys, Vidit has to forcibly take on F6, take on D7. Otherwise, he's just a piece down. So we will be seeing that. Before we take a very short break,
Can I
guys.
ask you a question before that? Just to understand, why does Queen H3 not work now? I still want to go Bishop takes pawn.
Queen C8, right? Or not? Oh,
Rook
But then
D7.
I take on F6, I take on D7. No, I
Rook
have to take directly.
Knight D7
Yes.
straight. That's a good point
Then Bishop
actually.
takes pawn, Bishop takes knight. And Bishop takes rook.
Maybe that's why you went King G8. Yeah, because after Queen H3, the best move is King H8.
Oh, wow. Alright, but we have moves going on. So Queen H3, both figure it out. And we're going into the endgame saga that you earlier showed.
Yes, we are going here. And so we will come back very quickly with a short break, and on the other side we will be looking at the games of Vincent. Maybe there would be a draw. I think we may miss the end, but also Vidit-Arjun, and also the very exciting games in the challengers section, so stay tuned.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking.
And we are back with all the action from Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. It's heating up across board, and one player here in Chennai is on fire. I don't know if I'm allowed to make those fire jokes anymore with everything that happened on day one here. But Vincent Keymer, such incredible form, and right now completely in control. But across other boards as well, lot of action.
Lot of action, absolutely. Tournaments heated up at the start. Now it's heating up again, Tanya. Sagar bhai, where would you like to take us?
I want to just grab the attention of both of you to please tell me if this game is going to end in a draw, or is there any juice left here? Rook E8 was the last move by Jorden attacking this bishop. What's going to happen?
Well, it's quite interesting because it's not only the bishop that's hanging. The pawn on A2 is under attack. The pawn on B7 hanging as well. And it feels like there's pressure. There's rook attacking A7, B7, bishop hitting on A2. The bishop, and you can't go to B1. Bishop B1 runs into rook E1 check, losing a piece.
Crazy. So actually F3 is the best move, perhaps, cementing the bishop on E4.
Cemento.
Yes, cemento, as Peter Lecco would say. And take, and A3.
And then
maybe they keep playing on, or this ends in a draw. Not so sure. Yeah, I think they'll accept a draw.
Because I want to say one thing. If Black tries to create a passer on the left flank with King D6, push the pawns, White also has an idea of going H4, H5.
Absolutely.
Breaking through on the right side.
Yeah, I think Jorden should be trying to push on the left side, and Vincent Keymer in the lead does not want to get into these messy positions, but we want him to.
As commentators, that's the dream. But Rakesh, as head or lead of content for chess.com, what has been the biggest content here in Chennai Grand Masters is what I want to know.
I think day 0 was pretty fun, but apart from that, on a serious note, I think Nihal versus Arjun was a standout game, where with knight and 3 pawns versus 1 rook for Arjun. That was really fun. And apart from that, fun stories with Anish, and as well as some interesting content pieces with you as well. That was the highlight.
Yesterday,
guys, big news. Vidit and Arjun have drawn their game already. We were thinking that Vincent would draw, but before that, this has ended in a draw. This is how the game went. Takes. And I think they found a way to just, oh my God, they made so many moves.
and look at that. I think with the hand movements, we can see what position they're analyzing on the board as well. Sagar, I saw Arjun pointing out to the H3 square. They're looking at all those complications that happened earlier. This, of course, the yo-yo of the checks and the king.
Yeah, I think a great result here for Arjun,
You know what we need are mics on the players right now.
Yeah.
I've always loved that, when we can hear the conversation post-game.
But Tanya, you're very good at kind of picking up hand gestures.
Let's try.
Now try the lip reading.
I'm trying to see what squares they're pointing at, and I think that was the D7 square.
Yeah. Queen H3, Queen C8.
He did something like D7, D4, H4, D8, like a nice geometry there, but I agree. We need the mics. That would have been super fun.
Pretty epic.
So guys, then today we had this game that ends in a draw, which means Arjun can no longer catch Vincent Keymer.
You know, looking at the hand movement, sorry Sagar, we'll come back to the standings, but I don't think Vidit is asking Arjun how he's feeling right now.
No.
I don't think that's the conversation happening.
No, they are just talking about what shall we eat
for dinner?
tonight? Yeah.
Do you think we should
go for this restaurant?
Because there are different tables. He's like, right side ke table pe khana hai ki left pe?
Yeah, I ordered the paneer. That was really good yesterday. And the dal is to die for.
And Arjun's like, I should have had that because something's made me sick here.
I tried to pass it on to Anish as well, but Sagar bhai, nice event for Arjun overall, even though he was sick. From his sponsor, Quantbox.
Yeah.
So Arjun relatively should be happy.
No, I mean, he should be happy that this event is happening and is sponsored by Quantbox. But personally, I think for his personal chess, he would have wanted to win the event. He was the top seed by nearly 40 elo points.
Yeah.
And he started off so well, 2.5 out of 3. But Nihal Sarin kind of threw spanner in the works for Arjun. You know, he couldn't move ahead after that. He kind of got, after his loss to Nihal, actually Arjun has not won a single game. It's loss, draw. So yeah,
Just broke his momentum.
absolutely.
On that note, it's a very important point that you make, that Arjun cannot catch him. So Murali Karthikeyan is the only player who can catch Vincent.
Exactly. So let's go to that game, guys, because if Vincent Keymer draws today and Karthikeyan doesn't win, then anyway Vincent becomes the champion today.
1 round to spare, undefeated in the tournament. And today's game, he's not in any danger of losing either. And for Karthikeyan, the pressure's on him. And it's fantastic to see his performance here, right? The fact that he even has an outside chance of winning the tournament after being a last-minute entry into the Chennai Grand Masters. The position that he has, still a game for all 3 results. I want to say the H-pawns have been traded off. Maybe we just back up where we left it, Sagar, at H4 and see how we got here.
Yeah, H4, A6, H5. By the way, C4 would have been a very nice move because that would have made the A6 pawn kind of weak, or maybe you can even take here with the queen, which is more accurate. But that didn't happen. He went H5, Queen G4, takes, and in this position, Queen D2 is on the board. And now if Nihal Sarin plays the move C5, I think it's already a nice position.
I think he just arrives to the board, Nihal, and 27 minutes for Karthi. He has to start rushing out. Remember, there's no additional time at the end of 40 moves.
Yeah. Wow. Do you think, guys, Karthikeyan can win this game and keep the tournament alive, or you guys think that's not going to happen?
Well, a lot of it depends on the other board, what happens on Vincent's board. But I think for Karthikeyan himself, somehow it looks like Nihal's managed to neutralize the edge. Now that knight on d5, it completely blunts out the light squared bishop. If you get c5 in, if that's a move that can be played, there are some complications. What happens after pawn takes pawn? Do you have some big knight jumps? It starts looking very scary because the black rook is lined up against the queen as well. So c5, if that works, I think Nihal has completely equalized the out of the opening then.
Right, guys. My small suggestion here is, should we quickly go and check the challengers?
I have one question for our audience before we do that. And they'd have to go into that tactical mode one more time. If black was to make the move knight to f6, it's not a move we want to make. Retreating moves, not a good idea. But white to play here.
Wow, what a knife. Wow.
And king takes bishop, Frika bishop. Knight e5. And that would win the queen. Very quick, very sharp. Well done.
Amazing. Good job there. What's your name? Arjun.
Oh, Arjun, it's in your name. You are going to be there one day.
Arjun with some quick tactics there. Guys, in the challengers, we have a big news. Leon Mendonca has drawn his game with Iniyan.
That means Pranesh can, go into the sole lead if he manages to win.
And what a story it's been in the challengers, right? Because Abhimanyu Puranik, he starts with a 4 out of 4 hot streak in the tournament, is leading throughout, and then gets that one loss dealt to him from a position of strength against Pranesh. The field wide open completely, and now it's Prani, and he's such a tactician. He's the one who's overtaking. Challengers is still anyone's tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This is how the game of Leon ended in a draw. Let's head over to Pranesh versus Harika. A crazy game that is so complicated. And I think it's in positions like these that Pranesh thrives. And I believe Harika finds herself slightly uncomfortable.
Also nice to point out that Pranesh came into this event via an online qualifier. He in fact lost to Sahaj Grover in round 1 of the qualifier, made a comeback from there, and now he can play in the Masters section next year.
Wow.
What a crazy story, Tanya, that is.
Fantastic, right? But there's still a job to be done there.
Yeah.
But he's on course. I will say one thing though. So much of these positions about king safety. And while it is a very double-edged game, the fact that White's king is nicely tucked in the corner, you still have that pawn wall in front, you have your knight defending it, blunting that bishop on b7. e6 is a weakness that can be targeted. I would pick White here, just by a little bit.
Is that because Harika is your teammate, Tanya, in the Olympiad women's team?
Always. But also the position.
Yeah, for sure. Looks safer for White.
I love this, by the way, B pawn, which is a passer for black. I think that the C4 pawn is potentially a bit weak. I also like how there's so much pressure on the F3 point. I'm kind of team Pranesh here, yeah?
If the majors come off the board, if it goes into an endgame, I hear you about the B pawn. But as long as the queens and the rook remain, for me, it would be more about the king safety.
Yeah, and somehow, you know what? Pranesh would be feeling quite comfortable here on C8. So I'm actually curious to see how this game develops. My intuition says that Pranesh loves such positions a lot.
Can we see what actually happens? Is queen takes pawn possible, or are there sacrifices on F3? Because that is the scary option. Queen takes pawn, and can black actually go rook takes knight?
Possible. And after rook takes F3, it's actually losing. Because after pawn takes, rook takes, what is the winning move here for
Let's go, kids. Arjun again.
Arjun again. Arjun, do you plan on giving anyone else a chance today? Okay.
No, he says.
Well, Queen E8 is absolutely right, which is the reason why you cannot sacrifice your rook here. So Tanya, you're absolutely right. The best move is to be brave and snatch the pawn on E6. Otherwise, black might start taking over.
And on Arjun's note, I would like to ask you, we've seen Indian parents name their kids after cricketers like Sachin and Rahul. Do you see a world where Indian parents name their kids Arjun, Gukesh, Prag? Do you see something like that happening in India?
I haven't met yet a kid who's named Gukesh or Pragnananda. I think when that happens, I can truly say that the chess boom has reached the heights in India. Arjun is, I think, a more common name than Gukesh and Prag. We have, I think Sachin Tendulkar's son's name is also Arjun. Right?
Yeah.
So,
I'm sure we have a lot of parents who've named their kids Anand.
Yes.
Yeah.
After Vishy. So maybe we will have this younger generation as well. We might see some daughters being named Divya.
Or Tanya, for that matter. So
yeah. Has that happened, Tanya, ever?
It's
I think it has happened. It seems like that.
yeah. You look stunned, Tanya.
No, it's very sweet actually. When especially I think in my city when there are young girls who take up chess, so that does feel very special.
But are they named Tanya?
Actually, yes, I have met somebody, but I don't know if they were being completely honest about it or they were just trying to be super sweet. But if you're watching this, it's a nice name.
Nice. Well.
And so coming back, Sagar, by Queen E6, Rook F3 doesn't work.
Yeah.
So what does Pranesh do here?
And it's a pawn. It pins the knight. I am in some world someday threatening to go knight E5, not just yet because of the rook on F1. Bishop C6.
The idea is to just create a loop for my king and then again threaten this rook takes F3 business. And it might not be so easy for you to take care of it. Look at this. Queen.
Harika goes for it. Queen takes pawn on the board.
She takes it. And let's see if Pranesh finds bishop c6. It's the only best move in the position.
It's not only the best move in the position, but it's also the only move that keeps the balance. Otherwise, Pranesh is much worse here. He must find bishop c6.
Yeah. I think it's the kind of move that is tough to understand if you're just looking at the position directly. He played it.
Oh, wow.
And he played it quick.
he just makes this square. And guys, rook a1 or rook b1, all these moves can happen, but rook f3 is coming. How does rook b1 even work? What if I take?
Rook takes knight.
Yeah, okay, rook takes here.
And then rook takes rook.
Yeah. Oops. Yes.
Let's see what happens because there has to be a...
Yeah, bishop e4. The audience is right. So queen e8
Arjun.
check. And then you can just block. So the bishop is pinned.
So you go queen e8 check here and king only move b7 and now bishop to e4 and that's beautiful. Because it's not only the rook but queen takes knight is the threat.
Wow. Too good. Too good.
And I see them discussing, I was thinking of this move or I told this move 3 moves ago. So the kid's really super strong here at Quantbox.
Player, by the way.
Arjun,
Yeah.
right?
Magnus.
Gukesh, Magnus,
Prague.
Plenty of fans.
Guys, where are you from? Which academy are you from? T Nagar Chess Academy.
I want to hear from you as well. Who's your favorite player? Also Gukesh.
Gukesh.
A lot of Gukesh fans here.
Guys, Gukesh. No way. Come on. Thank you so much, but you can just not have the ambition of being like me. Become a better player than me, please. That would be amazing. Become a GM.
But with everything that you're doing, Sagar, that's what exactly they're doing. They're becoming better players.
They have to become Grandmasters, Tanya. You see, guys, this panel has 3 IMs. and you all have to become GM.
I am not a GM. It's a story of our lives.
Yeah.
How do you feel about
Let's
that?
continue.
Do you intend to continue your journey to GM title, both of you?
No.
No? Not
No
at all.
plans.
Rakesh, like directly no. Tanya,
I like the clarity. I want to reach to that point. I feel somewhere in my heart I still want to, but it's not, the fire isn't as much as it used to be. I very much love calling the action, especially when I've got this company.
Wow.
How about you, Sagar bhai?
I basically had lost all hope. But then I have to play some match now, recently.
With Levy.
With Levy in October. And so I started looking at some chess and I thought, okay, it's not so...
Rusty, huh?
Yeah, it's
Because
fun actually to look at chess.
You're so sort of connected to chess, especially I think when you do those analysis post games and you're looking at, all the action all along. But tell me, you have
2 norms.
2 norms. So 1 norm you're short of.
Same for you.
Yes, but also...
Tanya, can you give me 1 norm?
Awesome.
I can give you some rating.
Yeah, we all can just
Like we should do a tournament where we farm rating from Rakesh.
Let's not discuss that on live stream though. And hoping at least one of us makes it to the GM title.
hopefully, yeah. And then
Duniya kaayam hai.
we can clip this and...
And then this
Like the Gukesh video, I want to be a world
Except
champ.
he did it when he was 12 years old and here we are fully grown
And I
adults.
do like my dream is to be the oldest grandmaster in the world. And then you can flip it.
You're walking with a stick and then you become the grandmaster and we're pushing Sagar in a wheelchair.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that's a bit too much.
Okay,
But
let's
very
go.
well
And the
happened.
complete opposite of that, Sagar, we were shooting some content with Tanya. We showed her a clip where 8-year-old Tanya Sachdev says this. Before that, on NDTV's interview. So, I want to become a grandmaster.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did say
Tanya,
that.
come on. For the 8-year-old Tanya.
I still can't get over the image of Sagar becoming the oldest grandmaster. I'm still with that CBI camera watching.
On his wheelchair.
Guys, if I have to become a grandmaster, I have to give up on the camera. Yeah? I cannot become one with it.
I don't think you're ever going to give up on the camera, Sagar. And Amrita is right there, as well. Yeah, it would be amazing. And then,
Shout out to the kid who said his favorite player was Sagar Shah because this conversation stemmed from there. But can we jump back into the kid?
Who came here? There's a player who arrived.
Oh, it's Vidit.
Oh, Vidit Gujrathi is here.
The audience runs away.
Yeah, just all the watching in the hall has gone away right now.
You guys didn't enjoy the conversation about Sagar becoming the oldest grandmaster.
Tanya, no one here heard it. Everyone went.
I think we need Vidit in this panel to discuss this more.
Yeah, we can check if Vidit is interested to join. That would be cool.
Yeah.
And get his thoughts on...
Sagar becoming, obviously not the games, but just Sagar becoming the...
Or did he miss knight takes f7? Or these questions? No?
That also we'll get in somewhere. Alright, so coming back to this, Pranesh finds bishop c6. Should we head back to our masters?
Should we just look at one more game from
Let's do
the leader point of view? Abhimanyu Puranik versus Diptayan, because Abhimanyu is half a point behind the leaders. In fact, now with Leon drawing his game, he's on 6 out of 8. So if Abhimanyu wins, he will also move to 6 out of 8. It's a crazy wild position. Last move was bishop takes f6, and now Diptayan is thinking, should he take back the bishop, or there's this crazy move e4. Wow, what a move there. Even giving up this rook.
And Sagar, you see Diptayan thinking, that means it's not an automatic recapture.
Yes.
He's thinking of these moves, e4 or maybe dc4, some crazy tactics. Otherwise, he would have just instantly recaptured gf6.
That's a great point you make, because pawn takes bishop is a hand move that you make. He's slowed down, and that's very instructive, that sometimes you don't have to make the automatic moves. But I'm still expecting him to take that bishop. I mean, e4 with your rook hanging, having just given up a piece, a knight on f6,
You
that
have
is
rook
crazy.
down now.
So you,
After rook d8.
and you're relying on bishop takes pawn. All the tactics, I think they work because the bishop will fall back, and then black captures on c4, and all the majors are hanging.
Nice.
Wow.
And black is better here. So that's the reason why maybe Diptayan is tempted by this move e4. It's not so straightforward. Abhimanyu is known for his crazy complications, but Diptayan is taking the fight to him.
And I think that the more time Diptayan takes, Abhimanyu is also calculating this very variation. He of course realizes you have to go for forcing moves. If you don't take that bishop, you're looking at pawn takes pawn or e4, that's it.
For sure. It's a great position for Abhimanyu because Manu and his team, like we have Kushagar here, they knew Diptayan is a super solid player. They knew they had to take him to, 2 + 2 = 5, like the Tal code. You have to get into unfamiliar positions for Diptayan to get some edge.
But right now he's showing that he's up to the task. Diptayan is not making any weak moves. So Abhimanyu has to be careful. Let's head over to the challengers now. And the first game we want to look at is Karthikeyan versus Nihal, where we left off. There haven't been... Oh, there's... No, this
No way.
is Tanya's move there. No more moves. Somehow Nihal, who was at, I think, 40 plus minutes, has again had a long think here and hasn't made his move. Should we go to the game of our leader?
Yes, we must, because there's a very big critical moment in this position right now. This endgame that we have, a bishop trade has been offered. And I want to ask you guys, should white take that bishop in the center of the board?
Wow.
Or would you... Why not, though? Should take, should not take.
Both opinions are...
Should take.
Yeah, and his friend said don't take. And Tanya, last time 2 bishops were offered to trade on d5, we had a new world champion, if you remember.
Oh, wow. Yes, that is a memory.
Oh, that's
and it was
so nice.
bishop d5 by
Mukesh.
Mukesh with the bishop on 8.
If you trade, then we will
lose.
not have the Vincent winning the Chennai Grand Masters if he takes.
Yeah.
He can't take the bishop. Bishop takes bishop would be a losing trade for white in this endgame. A king pawn endgame. And you... Exactly, that black has, even if those pawns are traded, pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, black is very fast with a5, b4 coming in. Maybe you don't even need to take it immediately. But after pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, a5, b4, you're the first to that queening square, or you push the c pawn and you're winning in this endgame. So bishop takes bishop would be a massive blunder here.
And you see Vincent thinking. He is maybe, he's trying to find something concrete. If he doesn't find it, of course, he doesn't take it. But a tempting option given by Jorden van Foreest.
Yeah, great one. Actually, Vincent should just move his bishop back here to c2. But it's wonderful to see them fight till the bitter end here.
And let's just show why, because it's so instructive, this king-pawn endgame. It looks like you have level material and, white has a passer on the right flank, black has it on the left flank. But the problem is that after takes, even if you don't allow c4, bishop takes bishop, king takes bishop, pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn. Black's plan is simple. You're going to push the A pawn, the B pawn, forcing white's king to defend it on the left flank, which will give black the pathway to get his own king to the right side of the board and just pick up all the pawns on the king side.
That's so well explained, Tanya. And I think this is the reason why Vincent cannot take the bishop on d5. Jorden fighting here. And sometimes, we tend to think, oh, the players might just draw this game or something like this. But maybe there's a lot of intrigue left in this bishop endgame.
And if Vincent doesn't take the bishop, black is going to have that protected pass pawn.
Yeah.
So it's tricky.
It's very tricky.
But think about it, guys. If c4, it's already really serious stuff because I go g4, f4, and my king is coming to perhaps d4. I do have some chances with white, I feel.
In fact, I want to point out another plan, h4, h5, and suddenly that h7 pawn is also incredibly weak.
Yeah.
So while c4 looks like a massive asset, Vincent has got his own ideas, and of course, Keymer knows the form that he's in. There's no bishop takes bishop in this game. Bishop does fall back to c2, and next he's going to start advancing the kingside pawns.
Yeah.
In these same colored bishop end games, it's so much about the squares the pawns are fixed on. Look at the black pawns, g6, h7, b5. All can be targeted by the white light squared bishop. Meanwhile, the b4 pawn on a dark square. Black's bishop doesn't have any clear targets here. h3 can move to h4. f3 can move to f4. No fixed pawns.
Right. So do you say that white might be slightly preferable here?
Can't say Vincent without saying win.
Of course, and he, given the form he is in, he's definitely, he wants to be in a no-risk situation and push for a little bit here or there.
That's like a dream position at this level, a dream situation when the elite grandmasters play, right? That you can play an endgame forever without any risk of losing it.
Absolutely, and he knows the tournament situation as well. Has entered the world top 10 for the first time ever. Vincent wants to stay there. He does not want to drop back immediately.
Right, and guys, while we are in the Masters, I want to have a very quick look at Anish Giri. By the way, king c6 played by Jorden here. Guys, this could get intense, this endgame. We'll come back. I have a feeling that Vincent might even score a win here.
I think this can come in like the Dvoretsky endgame manual with a nice win.
And look at Anish Giri here playing Awonder Liang. He is a pawn up right now. You can see the extra pawn on c3. I think Anish might well be looking at his first win today. What do you think?
It's an extra pawn. It's a very healthy extra pawn in the position. For some reason, the bar remains level.
Yeah, it's actually a direct way to get back the pawn. Knight takes knight, pawn takes,
knight c5.
Knight c5 hitting the queen, and queen d5 is coming.
That's exactly, I think we're seeing that line being played out. I thought queen c4 you hit the knight, or queen b5 you hit the knight, but the difference is that queen takes pawn. You don't have to capture it with the bishop, and this saves everything.
And then I take here. I'm still a pawn up, right, as white, so maybe some hope. And Anish likes to grind. So, yeah, for the full point, Anish will play on.
Very surprising that the bar remains so level in that endgame.
Yeah, and it's also a nice draw for Awonder after his loss yesterday. In fact, Anish said yesterday that he was super impressed by Liang's preparation in this tournament, but sadly I don't think him getting the better of Liang in this one. So Anish might be getting his 8th draw in a row.
Who would have thought?
And if Anish gets a draw today, then in the last round he faces his countrymate, Jorden van Foreest.
That makes it 9 in a row.
I think they'll play.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that would be the one decisive game that Anish gets. Let's not forget there's so much history between these two players. The Tata Steel Masters playoff, where it was, in fact, Jorden van Foreest who took the title from Anish in that. Of course, Anish went on to win the Masters next year. But there's a lot of history there. I think they'll fight that out. Knight c5, meanwhile, on the board by Liang. He's about to neutralize the material deficit, at least for a move. And we'll see how this one goes. Let's hop over.
And sorry, just before we move, you see Liang's chair on the right, and I'm not sure if you guys caught it on camera, but as soon as Liang came to the game at 255, he sat on the chair, he didn't feel comfortable. So he turned around, and there was Vidit's chair. Vidit was not yet at the board. He sat on Vidit's chair, he tried it out, and then he switched chairs.
Oh, wow.
So maybe there's some chair gambit coming in.
He swapped chairs.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. I've never seen that happen at a tournament.
I don't know if Vidit
knows, is aware, is okay with it. How does Vidit feel about this?
Yeah. Good idea for a shot, yes.
Sagar by giving content ideas as well now to us. So
yeah, we have this kid who is like super strong, also knows content. I think the future is like super GMs with content creators, like mixing the two, yeah? Because they see so much content right now.
Yeah, for sure. Tanya, any advice for such potential
Neither
candidates?
a super GM nor am I a content creator, but I can advise you that I think the only content that you should be focusing on is on the chessboard for now.
Right.
You disagree?
Well, in general, if it's chess content that helps you get better, then please watch it.
Yeah. No, you should watch it, but I mean to create it.
Okay.
Maybe wait on that.
You mean as a creator?
As a creator, as a content creator, because...
Right. You can always interview top players, yeah? You get to learn a lot.
Yes. Or you interview them and they watch it, and then they learn a lot.
Then they're not creators, right? Then
they focus on the... Yeah. Or you can end up as IMs who are commentating. Moving on.
Moving on. I see Nihal has made a move.
Yeah.
Did he get in C5 or something else?
Oh yes, he has played C5 after a very long thing, guys. 27 minutes.
Wow.
I think it was a very important moment in the game, which makes sense because now it seems that he has solved his problems and Karthikeyan has to be super careful.
So can we see what happens after a move like pawn takes pawn first? Because at first I thought knight f4 just wins, but knight f4 runs into queen takes knight.
Yeah.
So you have to find the right square for the knight, which would open up the bishop diagonal to the white knight and the rook to attack the queen.
Let's ask our viewers here. Guys, black to play. What's a good move here?
Oh, that's so nice. That's such a nice tactic.
I'm not sure if I'm spotting it right.
No, Tanya, that's wrong. It's a very interesting moment. You know, Sagar Bhai, normally they say these moves are tough to see.
Yeah, because it's a backward move. Guys, black to play. What's the best backward move in this position?
That's a massive hint though.
And C5 actually enabled it.
Is it the one that was a blunder just a move ago?
Yeah.
No, so you make a back.
Oh wow, that is a very backward.
No, you want to also attack something.
What do you do with bishop f8?
You have to come in with an idea. It should threaten something.
Too slow.
Try to win here. Try to win here. The queen. Yes.
Yeah.
Knight c7 is also possible, but then I have queen f4. Unfortunately.
Yeah. And the idea is f7 is hanging. So bring your knight back and try to protect f7 as well. And yes, Sagar, knight f6, as the kids are saying, is correct.
And also this time, if bishop takes f7, Tanya, as you were suggesting with knight e5 threats, there's king f8. Oh, wow. Crazy move.
Crazy tactics.
Because of this now, it becomes possible. The other move is if queen takes d8, right, at this point, yes.
Yeah.
And that's the only move.
That's the only move, and your knight is defending the rook here, which is also very useful.
Super.
So finally we see Queen F4 because it seems like it controls everything. But then you have Bishop takes F3. It's a mate threatened. You have to take here. And then I can take here, but I can also take on D1, Rook D1, and now Queen G5 with a winning position. Amazing, right? He's like,
Wow. Yeah, and C5 looks like, a normal move. That just means like Karthi cannot play D takes C5.
yeah.
He can't take the pawn, but also C5 is sort of the dream for Nihal since the start of the game, since yesterday. He wanted to get C5 in because now suddenly that bishop on B7, it's a monster. It's a complete sniper, right? The knight is threatening to jump and attack that other knight on F3. Knight H2, our engine to the rescue, is the best move. Another retreating move and not an easy find here.
Not at all. It looks like a bit passive, and it's not easy to play. Knight E5 might look like more in the spirit of the position.
But then bishop takes knight and a knight jump looks very strong there.
Yeah, exactly, Tanya. Because now if
Sagar is definitely missing something here. That's very clear.
and then F6 is coming in. So yeah,
Oh, what a move, I love it. Like C5, and Nihal gets up from the board. Craziness incoming.
yeah, this is actually getting super exciting because if Karthikeyan doesn't manage to win here, then we will have a champion crowned today. Yes, we have a lot of hands raised in the crowd. Knight E5, Bishop E5, Rook E5, Knight F4, threatening a mate here. Can you find the winning move for white? Yes,
Yeah.
F3.
Very nice.
Blocking here and here. Guys, our online viewers can't see these kids. Should we actually get them here just to wave to them because they have been shouting since the start?
Yeah. All the kids, can you join us on stage?
Can you come here very
Yeah.
quickly and say hi because you guys have been as much a part of the commentary
Yeah,
today.
everyone. You can. All the kids are welcome.
Tactics. You guys have been in some great shape. Wave to the camera.
Yeah, you
Say hi to
come over
everyone.
here as well, so you can see
Wow.
everyone.
This is...
These are the guys who have been finding all the right moves.
Come here, come here. What's
shout
your
out
name?
to,
Can you say your name? Siddharth here. What about you? Kasturi Rangan.
And who's your favorite player? Can you tell everyone
Yeah, you
on
can.
camera? Oh.
Who's your favorite chess player?
Mikhail Tal.
Mikhail.
Wow.
Are you an attacker like him? Do you sacrifice pieces like him?
That's how I found Nigel Friend.
Oh, inspired by Tal. What about you?
Mukesh. Nice.
And you?
Mukesh.
Mukesh.
Ragnananda.
Pragnanand.
Prag.
Mukesh.
All right, Mukesh fan. Did you follow the World Championship match? Nice.
And tonight, if Gukesh is playing late in the night in USA, would you guys stay awake to watch him play?
Yes.
You don't sleep soon?
Yes. I sleep soon, but I'll stay awake to watch.
Just to watch Gukesh, huh?
I sleep at 3
3 so late? Just to watch Gukesh play there. Did you watch yesterday?
No, today.
Just today, the finals, only the
Sagar,
finals.
we're not making parents happy at all in the audience, but shout out to T Nagar Chess Academy and everyone. So
Oh wow, I love these badges that you guys have.
Yes, they have of different players, and this is one of the beautiful things of this tournament that you can actually get a small badge there with all the different players. Like on Arjun, it's written Gandhivam. On
Wait, that's
Anish, it's looking good. Looking good.
looking good. Yeah, so very cool, guys. And kids, thank you all for coming here. Let's give a big round of applause to these kids, the future of Indian chess.
Let's have one more wave to the cameras there.
So cool. Okay, thank you guys. And now you can go back and answer a lot of questions that we ask you.
all the best.
So cool, yeah. These kids, they are actually breathing chess, yeah. Like they love it so much.
And they're so sharp. It's amazing how quickly they've been finding all the tactics on the board today.
And Sagar bhai, if one of these players becomes a world champion, exactly,
right there.
exactly.
I think this is all part of the plan. Like, एक दिन तो बनेगा कोई ना कोई world champion यहाँ से.
Someone will become. He will have a clip. So he invited all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, you invite like a lot of kids, and then one would become. And that's true. Yeah, like when there was this. When you go to like age group tournaments, you see like so many young stars over there. It's very difficult to guess who would become the best player in the world. But yeah, guys, keep working hard. One of you could become.
Speaking of best player in the world, there's one player who's been playing the best chess here, Sagar, but things are turning a bit around here. This is getting super messy. We're off to our tournament leader, Vincent Keymer with the white pieces against Jorden van Foreest with black. It's a bishop pawn ending. We'll get our cameras corrected as well here. And now this has become a race. It's a race on both flanks.
And it's a huge race because right now the black king has been denied entry into a4. So black is going to create a passer which could queen. Meanwhile, white is going here with the bishop. The pawns could advance.
I think the plan is clear, right? As black, you're going to push that b pawn, forcing white to give up the bishop for that b pawn eventually on one of the squares. White, meanwhile, will create a passer on that right flank. And perhaps that's exactly what will happen then. Black will be forced to give up the bishop. So will it actually go into a king versus king position at the end of it all?
Might be possible. In case black wins the bishop first, Jorden has the h7 pawn. That's going to has the correct queening square on h1. So Vincent has to be careful before he gives up his bishop.
Let's see that line. So if you immediately go for the race with b4, pawn takes pawn, you take it with the pawn, you want a passer, you want to move ahead, and h5 here is what you want.
I was thinking, do you want h5 or do you want g5? Maybe h5. Let's go for h5.
Most natural move, I think, in the position.
My only problem with it is after take, I have this move h6, and then you can't attack this pawn anymore.
But do you now come in with a king?
King d4, maybe b3. Attacking the bishop.
By the way, b4 on the board. So we might see this line being played out. Immediately captured by Vincent. Let's see if he goes h5 because there will be pawn takes pawn. I don't think you ever take it with the king because one, you want your pawn closer to the queening square and you want it as far away from the white king as possible.
But Tanya, both moves seem to be holding here for black. You could take it with the king or the pawn.
Both are good.
Fine.
But, okay, what do you take it with intuitively?
Intuitively, I felt king b4 to be a little bit safer so that my king is also in the game. With cb4, I felt like my king is still on a5. But then I saw b3 and king b4. So I'm not sure.
I would have taken pawn takes pawn here.
Pawn takes team as well because I'm too afraid of white's pawns coming in. And both of these players were seconds for world champions. Magnus' second was Jorden. Gukesh's second for Vincent. Do you think these players also prepare or study some endgames, or is it just openings?
Battle of the seconds.
I think if you are at this level where you've crossed 2700, it's maybe a given that they have studied the endgames really well. It's quite another thing, by the way, takes with the pawn. You guys were right, absolutely right. C takes b4, and now I'm curious, do you go f5, g5 or h5? All moves seem possible.
Sagar bhai, any chance we'll have a result in this game, by the way?
Unlikely, because many variations are saying they are drawn. So the margin of error is quite huge here for both sides.
Unlikely, but I don't think it's impossible. I still think that black needs to be surprisingly the one more precise here, even though you're closer to the queening square. Simply because white is ready to give up the bishop. The king is ready to come to the pawns on the right flank as well. Via the dark squares, d4, e5, f6, h5 coming in. If anybody's pushing, it has to be Vincent here.
I want to play g5.
Yeah, I was thinking, what if I'm super greedy and I want to lock up your pawns and try to enter the way Sagar bhai was showing?
And then f5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so b3, bishop b1, and now you go king b4.
Yes.
You're trying to come in with the king f5.
Let's go bishop f7. Let's just keep everything defended there.
Yeah. Important. That.
Is it? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Because if you take here bishop f5, bishop g8, you're already kind of playing with fire, but this could also hold. But I like bishop f7 a lot more here, so bishop f7. And now I cannot make progress easily. So king d4 is already losing.
Wow.
Oh, but let's try to find why. You take and bishop takes pawn, there's bishop g6.
Yes, exactly.
And you drive the bishop away from the defensive diagonal.
Tricky. This is not easy at all.
Yeah, things can go wrong actually. White should be very careful and in fact try to hold this maybe with f6. I don't know who's pushing here. To be honest, it could be anyone.
What do you think? What do you think Vincent will play?
Sorry? Black is pushing. Yeah, maybe. Could be.
Do you think Vincent will play g5 here or will he go? I'm still wanting to get that f5. We have some f5 in our card.
Also, very good move. b3, bishop b1, and gf, bishop f5, h6. This is the move which kind of saves the day because then you can only create one passer which will be sacked for this bishop.
I think because you said there's so many options for Vincent, it also depends, on his mentality. Does he want a safer route to a draw, or does he want like a double-edged chance? And looking at his situation, I think he might play the safe.
Well, all right. While Vincent decides which pawn to move ahead, let's go over to Karthikeyan's board. A big move by Nihal in that one. A sacrifice, some lines that we were looking at. So he went pawn takes pawn.
What?
Did he go pawn takes pawn?
No way.
And he did find knight f6.
And Tanya, your move is on the board.
Why?
Commentators curse.
C3.
But this was also the most natural move. This is what everyone's thinking about. Knight f6 is so hard.
Queen takes d8.
It's a blunder.
Losing the game. Guys, be careful.
Intermezzo tactic.
If you take queen takes d8.
Yes.
Wow, bishop f7 is such an incredible move because if you take, I have knight e5. No, there's a bishop here. Wait a second. King f7.
Queen d8.
Bishop f3, threatening a mate. And guys,
Rook e7. Rook takes pawn.
You just
guys, this.
Oh, wow.
full variation, please. Correct. Queen takes
Did you see
e8.
this? Guys, rook e7 actually loses to rook e7, queen e7 and king g8, black wins.
Oh my god, I think that is what I want.
Crazy.
That is amazing.
Who is queen e8?
And that's
Mamma
checkmate.
mia, what a tactic.
I didn't know you had a bit of Italian in you.
That's my shout out to my friend Harshan Raja for introducing me to that.
Whenever someone sees him, there is Mamma Mia that comes out, yeah?
But Sagar, what a crazy position.
Yeah.
Knight takes c3. Has Murali played?
Can we please go back one move? Knight f6, that moment when pawn takes pawn, a brave decision by Karthi. And in this moment, had Nihal played knight f6, he would have been close to winning here.
Yeah, but Tanya, knight c3 is very difficult to navigate. Although it's like, kudos to you for actually thinking of this move. Because it's a bad move, but it's the move Nihal chose.
That is such a backhanded compliment if there ever was.
Think about you thinking similarly like Nihal. That's not a bad.
I will take it. I will take it any day.
Yeah.
Even a blunder by Nihal, I will take it. But knight takes pawn, I have to say,
He goes queen f4,
he
guys.
does not play bishop takes pawn.
No, and I think this was a smart move by Karthikeyan because now he's looking at f7 and after queen takes queen, you have to play the intermediate move. Guys, what's the move? White to play? Because if you take the bishop queen back, your rook is hanging.
This is so complicated.
Yes,
Yeah.
rook takes
Only move.
Finding, this is
I think his name is Arjun, so that helps.
just prodigies everywhere here.
And here the game now kind of equalizes somehow, knight d5. But maybe we can expect things to fizzle out here. It was such an exciting moment.
Do you think that Nihal even considered knight f6 in that moment?
We can see how long he thought for, no? If we come back.
Yeah.
He thought for 1 minute and 37 seconds, which is about an eternity in Nihal's timeline.
Yeah, so I don't think he gave it a thought.
Yeah,
I think he just looked at knight takes c3 before playing c5, double checked it and went for it.
That he's not losing in any of the lines.
Which is true.
Which is true. His calculation was correct, except that there was something stronger in that position.
Yeah, absolutely.
All games heating up suddenly.
Well, right now I feel that this was a super critical moment, yeah? Knight c3. By the way, we have a big moment in the challengers. Harika has just blundered and Pranesh is winning, guys, which means that he will go into sole lead here. Can we look at that moment? We did see until queen takes e6, Tanya and Rakesh bhai.
Yeah.
Queen takes e6, bishop c6, and here Harika played rook e1. Queen takes pawn, bishop b3, a good move. Take. And while this was roundabout even, king b7, a good move. The b pawn now looking strong. Takes on d7, rook e7, rook f7. He was defending so well, and so was Harika. And here she went rook b1, all okay. Rook f4, and a blunder here, guys. Why is this a blunder? Black to play. What do you do here?
Oh my god.
Guys, how are you not even thinking? How did you find the move?
Because of the back rank weakness in the position.
Wow, bishop.
And if the rook moves on the first rank, so the white rook is overloaded in this position. You either defend the b pawn or your back rank. You can't do both.
Insane, yeah, how Harika just made a move here. She had to get her king into the game, but instead she played her knight, hoping that she can actually queen her pawn. But Pranesh is the first one to kind of queen. Look at this. You can push the pawn, but I take your rook. You can make a queen, but get mated.
Beautiful.
What a line.
Wow. And Sakaba, so idea is if king g1,
yeah,
bishop f5 still by black, then maybe
instead of knight e5.
Yeah, instead of knight e5.
Yeah, king g1.
Then the point is, I think white can just move up with the rook.
You don't have to lose control of the b line, so the black b pawn remains under lock and key.
And now this knight d3 was a key move, and you get back your pawn. So actually Harika was so close to a draw, Tanya, but here I think that one moment of lapse in concentration and Pranesh is all over.
The challengers,
yeah,
because if he wins,
yeah,
he's looking at a potential tournament victory to book his spot into the Masters next year.
Yeah, and he started out as an online qualifier, played here last year, wasn't invited back, but then earned his place through the qualifier.
And guys, Pranesh actually might gain more than 20 ELO points, which means he'll break into 2600 plus zone.
Wow.
And that's actually quite incredible. This boy, 2006 born. What's up with this 2006 born kids, yeah? You have a world champion who's 2006 born. You have Pranav here. You have Leon. You have Pranesh. I mean, this is a golden age.
We missed the mark by about 20 years.
Yes, I'm a little bit younger, yeah.
Me too.
Thanks, guys. All right, but this is actually quite a storyline for Pranesh. And there's something about the Chennai Grand Masters and breaking barriers as well, right? We had Awonder break the 2700, even though short-lived. Yeah. Then we had Vincent Keymer also breaking into the world top 10. And now Pranesh with his performance.
Yeah, I think Pranesh's performance for me is very, very commendable. But, you know, he's not won the tournament, right? If he wins today, he'll go into 6.5 out of 8. But you have Leon on 6. And we have to have a very quick look at what Abhimanyu is doing, because potentially he could also reach 6 out of 8. And guys, Abhimanyu Puranik has turned it around. From being slightly worse, he's now better.
I mean, sorry, this is loud. I mean, look at that knight on f5. That is a stunning piece. And all of black's pawns disconnected. What is the knight on a5 doing? Knight on the rim. There's a saying like that, no?
Yeah, knight on the rim is grim.
Grim is dim. Also on the edge, falls off the hedge.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Something like
Hedge,
that.
maybe.
Ledge, hedge. But basically, don't put your knight on a5 is the point. While knight on f5 and we live. Looking good there. Rook e4 attacks f4. The d5 pawn very strong. Abhimanyu looking good in this endgame.
Yeah, if Abhimanyu converts this, then once again, what an finale we'll have tomorrow with Abhimanyu actually facing in the last round Iniyan, which is going to be very exciting.
Tough pairing.
Tough pairing for him. And Pranesh, by the way,
He's playing Harshavardhan with white.
By the way, if Harshavardhan wins today and tomorrow he gets his GM norm, it's not looking likely today. He is worse against Adhiban. So Adhiban pressing here, and Harshavardhan might not be able to make his norm. Vaishali, by the way, better against Aryan Chopra. That's also a very nice thing for Vaishali. If she's able to beat Aryan, that would really help her in this tournament. She hasn't had a single win. 2 draws and 5 losses.
5 losses in a row. And after that sort of a run, you really need a win to get back your confidence.
You know, and she has a great position. Something's got to do when you know, Prague came in yesterday.
Yes.
She might have had like a nice meal with him, some discussion about the event. It does help to have a 2750 player as your brother.
2780, yeah.
2780.
Almost in that zone.
And I'm trying to understand why is this so much better for white, and I think once again it comes down to the pawn structure. Black with the weaknesses, easy play for white to double up, maybe even triple up. The white knight heading to c4, b6 square is weak, a5 is attacked, d6 will be under fire. So it just feels like you're creating a lot of threats. Meanwhile, what is the rook on b8, a8 doing? He wants to get b5 in. I think that's his counterplay plan. But the moment you do that, after pawn takes pawn, you can't even recapture with your own pawn because the d5 square will be weak.
Yeah. So clearly, Vaishali doing really well. Guys, let's go to the Nihal Sarin versus Karthikeyan game. We had queen f4 here played, and then queen takes queen. Rook takes d8 was found by Karthikeyan. Rook takes d8, double exclamation move, but that was the most natural move there. Bishop f4, and guys, now we have reached this endgame. What do you feel? Maybe it's kind of that excitement is fizzling out, do you think?
I think that often happens, right, Rakesh? When two very strong players, they play accurate moves, they calculate well, then once the dust settles, it neutralizes the advantage for either of them.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, not without a chance. Nihal had his opportunity to grab after knight f6, but he played knight takes c3. But yeah, it looks like a draw now, heading towards a draw, which means Vincent's game is important. So let's check how Vincent is doing, because he has a chance to clinch the Quantbox Chennai GM title today.
Oh, if he draws, he needs a draw.
Yeah, he needs a draw.
And he is getting it, guys. Right now, the position is very difficult to win for Jorden, and Vincent is this close from winning. And I think if he manages to draw and Karthikeyan doesn't win, then Vincent is the champion. Big one. And by the way, just to tell you guys, I was talking to one of the top players, and he told me that, you know, nowadays, recently, chess has evolved a lot in the sense that if you are playing against a top player, you will get very few chances to convert an edge in a tournament or even in a game. It's very subtle. And if you miss it, then chances are that you won't be able to win many games. And I think that in Nihal's game that was shown in ample measure right now, he got his chance. He played the Alekhine. He actually got his chance there. And this is all that you can hope for. If you then can't kind of convert it, I don't think that's the fault of the opening or anything, right?
Or Vishnu, maybe. for bringing up a very nice idea by Vishnu actually with the Alakine. But yeah, Sagar, so true. Half a chances, and we know these top players. You can't just defeat them once. They keep coming back. They keep coming. You have to keep beating them in other little pockets throughout the game. But great defense by Murali there. But we see this game, Tanya, Bishop Endgame looks kind of a draw now.
I think that is an understatement. It's not kind of. I think it looks extremely close to getting that result that he needs for championship. I don't even think that there are any bad moves for White in this position. Did this happen? Did this line happen?
I'm just actually making these moves.
Okay.
And Bishop D1 is somehow the only move now. And guys, what's the only move to draw now with white pieces? White to play very tough move.
Kids, let us know. White to play, only move to draw. We've solved a lot of white to play and win, black to play and win.
Bishop E6, then perhaps I have B2, right?
Then Bishop C2 with the idea of King A3 and pushing the bishop away, maybe?
Very good. So this is winning, right, for black.
Do you think White can take bishop takes pawn? How would black respond to bishop takes pawn in the starting position instead of bishop E6? What's the problem with bishop takes? And then bishop G8. There's only one move to keep the game going.
Yeah, B2.
And then the same idea, right? Your king comes in. Yes, and you don't have squares for your bishop. So what is the move then that holds the game? Even I'm trying to figure this out. Not easy.
Yeah, it's not so simple.
Yeah, I think just maybe liquidate.
Yes. G6, guys. Beautiful move.
That is tough though, Sagar Bhai, to fight.
Very tough, yeah. Bishop
H5.
And now H5 here. And it's like the two bishops are in this standoff. No one can move, yeah?
Like Pranav's move in a way yesterday against Jorden with Queen C.
Very nice line. But then maybe you don't need to go into all of this as White, right? It started with G5. By the way, Vincent still hasn't made his decision. He's still thinking what to play.
Vincent down to 3 minutes.
He's down to 3 minutes, so it's getting exciting. But there are so many options. I mean, if you want to...
He plays G5.
We might see this line.
Wow.
It is tough to find G6 with 3 minutes, Tanya.
Oh my goodness. But wait, he has to play bishop.
Will it be King B4 or Bishop G4?
But Bishop G4, King C3, you're never losing that position as White.
Yeah.
So King B4 is the only winning try here. You need to stop the White King from coming closer to that pawn.
And if you're Jorden, go for it. Play fast. Play on Vincent's time.
Exactly. You need to play on the clock as much as the board. If Jorden moves the bishop, Vincent is completely out of danger.
Jorden has to play King B4 to keep the tournament alive in a way.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go, Jorden. King B4, he has 30 minutes on the clock, so he'll take his time.
Why?
Think it through.
But that's not a good strategy. I think for Jorden, it's so key to also make that move fast so that Vincent doesn't get enough time to calculate, because it all comes down to that move G6 at the end of the line.
Correct.
King B4, black's plan is simple. Bishop D1, Bishop C2, Queen your pawn.
Aha, very nice. King B4, Bishop D1, Bishop C2.
Anya, is that a forcing line that G...
Exactly. It's an extremely forcing variation.
F5 forced.
Takes. You got to take.
Take forced.
Bishop D1.
Bishop only move for black first. Otherwise, he's lost. Now, G6 only move.
Take. Bishop C2 forced. H5 forced. Draw.
Oh, wow.
What a line.
What a beautiful line this is. But will the players find their way? Because the thing is, if Vincent wanted to draw, he could have played something a lot simpler.
Yeah, for
He didn't have to go into this forcing variation.
And look at Jorden. Maybe he's sensing something.
He's seeing...
But just gamble and play King B4.
It's such a tough moment, because if there is a win and Jorden plays it fast, he would never be able to be happy with what he did.
Yesterday and today.
Yeah, and if there's no win, then clearly he has to play fast. So
he's going to play. He will play King B4.
He doesn't know, but that whether it's
process of elimination, right?
No, I mean, whether to play it immediately or take like 20 minutes and play.
That's a good point. Because he needs to also make sure that he's not just losing the 8-7 pawn. At the end of this line, finding bishop d1, white can't take that side pawn. So he has to figure it out. But the point is, if you allow white to play king c3, you have no winning chances as black here.
Yeah.
So process of elimination.
Right.
So look at his time, like 3.5 minutes is so little to calculate all of these things. And for Vincent, it's tough. The tournament's on the line.
Sagar, can you take us through this variation, but just show us why the alternatives are lost for both players after king b4?
So king b4, you go f5, and now the threat is to take here, right? Like if you don't take back, then I'm just taking on g6, and then I'll have 2 pawns, passer.
No, also white is threatening f6.
f7 is winning.
Yeah, that's a huge threat.
So here you must take. There's no other way. And then I take, and now you can't save this pawn in any way. If you play b2, which is a very natural move, I just take, and now how do you queen? Because my bishop is here. So you need to block this diagonal with bishop d1. And now, if I go bishop h7, which was very pretty, and actually we saw this, that bishop g8 now only move, because if you take queens, so bishop g8, and I go b2, bishop a2, king a3, and the bishop is trapped.
I'm just happy that we've reached to this position where all 3 results are possible from a simple looking bishop endgame.
No, I just absolutely love this position. No matter how many times I see it, I'm like, this guy cannot move, this guy cannot move, this guy cannot move, this guy cannot move.
Let's point out that bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, b2, g7, b1, g8, and thank your stars that it's not white's move, because white would win that position with queen b8 check.
True. And then,
but luckily, it ends with black to play.
Exactly, and black gives a check here, and then the king comes here, and...
Yeah.
Well done. Queen b3, queen a2, both win, but of course, you don't go there. You can just simply move your king to any other square. Oh, meanwhile, Pranesh has just won his game, guys. Let's just look at the finish of that game with Pranesh and Harika. A very important moment there. So after bishop f5, what happened was rook e1, we had b3, g4. Harika got a bit desperate there. Bishop e4 check, king g1, b2, threatening to queen, d7, making a queen there. But now comes king c7, stopping it, again threatening to queen. I think you can't go king d8. Actually, you can, because there's no check by the knights. But he goes simply rook f8 and resigns now because b1 cannot be stopped.
Wow.
Flawless technique there. Once Harika gave him that chance to put the bishop on the right diagonal, that one mistake, it cost her an entire game. A beautifully played game until that point, kept it solid, kept it under control, but that's just chess. One chance and it's all gone.
Yeah, and Pranesh goes into the sole lead, 6.5 out of 8, crosses 2600 as well. So things looking good, but one last game for him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jorden still hasn't played king b4.
Let's go back to that one here. Jorden van Foreest versus Vincent Keymer.
And can we have a full screen on the players? Just want to see, the body language of both the players, if possible. Vincent looks a tad bit worried, Tanya, doesn't he?
Yes, especially with the angle we have now. Head and hands, he's thinking, I really think that g5 was a very risky decision unless he's calculated that whole line and seen that resource with h5.
Look at Jordan's expressions. He looks so intrigued, He's not there saying, oh, it's a draw. He's trying to...
Yes! King b4!
It's game on, guys.
Game on.
b4 on the board.
F5 immediately.
Let's have the board, guys. Let's have the board on the screen. F5 played.
What do you guys think? Has Vincent seen h5?
I think Vincent has seen it. He's the man in form. He's seen the draw. He's seen h5 in the end.
He's lost if he hasn't. That's the thing.
But look at Vincent turning a bit red. There he knows that it's very critical.
It's very close. And Jordan's forced. His hand is forced right now. He can't give the G6 pawn.
Oh, he'll take.
I don't think he's going to go bishop H5 because F6 is happening. You just lost on the spot.
He has to take.
He has to take.
And Jordan might not take too much time here. Then Vincent will take on F5. Guys, it's the only line, only moves for both sides. If they don't walk that path, anyone can lose.
But what do you think with Vincent? Do you think he's just spotted that bishop takes pawn, loses to bishop
Jordan
C2?
gave him a stare.
Wow.
Drama incoming.
And look at Vincent Keymer there. Completely.
Guys, the championship hinges on this moment, right?
Yeah, $28,000 and
FIDE circuit points.
just champion of Chennai Grand Masters.
And we know what that means for a player's career. You're guaranteed to go very high up. Gukesh becoming world champion. Arvind Chidambaram going on to win all those tournaments, breaking into the world top 10.
And I think Vincent would also break into world top 10.
He already did.
Exactly.
He actually had a really nice tweet, Vincent.
He tweeted.
Anish is drawn, by the way. Anish is drawn.
Oh, Anish drew his 8th.
Who would have thought?
Wow. I mean, today, Awonder, actually full credit to him. Let's get back to Vincent's game.
And Vincent's tweet, I just want to read it out, just how meaningful this tournament has been for him and how much it means to him to break into the top 10. He said, entering the world top 10 for the very first time, truly a special and memorable moment for me. Thank you to all the people who supported me along the way. It wouldn't have been possible without you.
Wow. That's so nice.
It is so nice because so much hard work goes into it.
He doesn't tweet.
No, he doesn't.
So this must be so special for him that in between the tournament, he took out time and tweeted.
Jordan takes. Bishop takes immediately.
And
Bishop
now,
D1. He has to play Bishop D1. Has Jordan found that move, the resource of Bishop C2 is the question. Only move in the position.
Move. If Jordan doesn't find Bishop D1, he could lose.
He will lose.
But I think Bishop D1 is easier to find. G6 is super tricky.
H5, that's the point.
Yeah, at the end.
Bishop D1, and
Look at yours. Vincent is like, I hope I'm not missing any move here. I can see the draw, but maybe there's something like.
Okay, he's waiting for the bishop. That was a biship move. What was that thing? It has to be a bishop move. No, everything else will lose.
He was
everything else. If he moves the bishop, if he moves the king, Vincent wins the game.
Bishop D1, and also the bishop can only go to D1.
Yeah. Guys,
let's just watch.
Yeah, without making any.
This is a big moment. Oh, no noise? Okay.
Let's do it.
Little. Yes, Emma.
This is getting serious. Oh, Bishop D1 on the board.
Can
And now,
Vincent
oh my
find?
God, look at that expression from Vincent.
Vincent thinks he's lost.
Vincent thinks
He
he's
hasn't
losing.
spotted it yet.
Oh my God.
I think Vincent thinks he's lost, by the way.
And he has no idea that the bar is still level. He doesn't know that it's still a draw.
Top-notch drama here. Top-notch drama, guys.
Ooh.
Vincent thinks he's losing the game, but actually it's a draw.
Face is covered, position is open. He has a chance.
If bishop takes pawn, the game is over.
Jordan locking in further in the seat.
Look at him.
Man,
No.
Vincent, I think he's going to blunder something. But through
No, he
the
will find
method
it.
of elimination, he must see G6 here.
He will find it. And he keeps shaking his head. He hasn't spotted it yet.
He's so
Look
upset.
at him.
He's turning the red completely. He's like,
Oh, time ticking down 3.5 minutes now.
guys, this is actually going to.
Can we go
turn
full
into-
screen on the players?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go full screen on the players.
Guys, do you think Vincent sees G6 in the audience?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I think he plays it. 3.5 minutes. The only person, like, he has to believe that there's a way to draw. Right now, his expressions show that he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, believe, and you're halfway there, Vincent.
He has to just
Look at Vincent there. This
Reset.
is the look of a guy who seems to have blundered.
And I think, what usually happens here is you see bishop takes pawn doesn't work. You take a moment, you take a pause, and then you sit down again and you find a way. Vincent has to find that way.
And Jordan gets up. Your power statement. Jordan is like, I'm winning here, Vincent.
He still hasn't seen it.
No, it's a tough kind of sequence. It's just 2-3 moves, but it's tough.
8 days, 400 moves. I've never seen Vincent biting his nails.
Let's have the board again.
Because the way to draw, just for all the people just joining in, is G6. Pawn takes pawn. Bishop takes. And when you play bishop c2, you have to push the pawn to h5, and now it's a standoff where no one can make progress.
But he has to find the move h5. That is the difficult move to spot, and now Vincent has got 2 minutes to figure this out.
Well, the time is ticking by. For Vincent, 2 minutes is like it will go away like this. He needs to find it.
He will spot it. I think Vincent, with the process of elimination, seeing bishop takes pawn loses on the spot, he will find this. He has to find this.
He hasn't found. Oh, he saw it. Maybe he's like, oh my God, I saw that.
Oh my God, can he do? No, he shakes his head again.
No, he hasn't found it.
Has he found it? No. 8 days. I haven't seen Vincent, so upset.
Yeah.
He can't believe it because the whole line he had calculated on, and he reaches out.
He's about to.
Not bishop takes pawn.
No.
Do not play bishop takes pawn.
No way.
He has to find G6, but he cannot play it until he sees H5.
He will find this.
He's going to zoom this.
Can we get a zoom in shot, please?
Let's keep it on Vincent's face, and Jordan comes back. Wow! Vincent finding the move there. Incredible. But will he see h5? I think he will now.
If you see G6, you've seen H5. Because you have spotted bishop C2, and he did this in those last few minutes. It was clear Vincent Keymer did not have this on his radar. But this just shows his champion's mindset to take that pause, to figure it out, and to see that there is a resource.
Amazing. Yeah, and now Jordan takes it, bishop takes, and
he's going to play bishop C2.
Is going to come.
Yeah, Vincent was like, that was close.
Dodged the bullet.
And now he looks up at Jordan. After all those head shakes, head in hands, going red, feeling that you've just messed up everything, he gives Jordan the stare.
I'm saying, what's up?
I got this.
Yeah. It's like you just sort of lost your breath and it comes back. Like it's coming back from the dead kind of a feeling, for Vincent here.
They say the stronger you play, the luckier you get.
Yeah.
And it might look like, was this a lucky resource? No. Vincent just played a really great game and there happened to be a resource. Yes, it wasn't on his mind at the start. But he finds it, like he usually does at the Chennai Grand Masters. Not missing anything is Vincent Keymer.
And now for Jordan, it's like, I thought I was winning there. I got up from my chair and I was walking around and now I can't find the win anymore.
I actually think that Jordan spotted the resource. Very often when you see a resource for your opponent, you just get up and leave the table. You don't want to give away anything. It kind of puts the pressure. You called it a power statement, right?
Yeah.
So it adds to that.
And he's what? He's blundered.
No. This is now it's fine.
It's still a draw because you can always give your bishop to the pawn.
Bishop C2 was the only move.
Bishop B1.
He probably wants to go king B3 and bishop C2, but is it king D3, king D2 for white then? And you keep everything defended.
King D3 only move, which is not so tough to find. And then bishop H5 trying to give a check. I come back and there's just no way to win this.
And it's not that Jordan did not see bishop C2, but he had spotted H5. So setting up a last trick here. And I think Vincent realizes it, he had a feeling there for just that 1 second that I'm lost. This is gone.
1 minute probably. He looked shook after Jordan's move.
By the way, guys, the news coming in that Nihal Sarin is actually slightly better against Karthikeyan, which means that this draw would most likely, like 99%, seal the victory for Vincent Keymer in this tournament. So very important last few moves. We could be seeing a champion being crowned here.
Bishop is a great idea. Bishop first, so king D3 is no longer possible because of check.
Ooh.
winning your bishop.
And now again, only move, guys. Oh my God, what a move! Because you go here, Rakesh, and he finds bishop c2.
So tricky.
Because if king a3, you have king c3.
And this is move number 47. And for Vincent Keymer, it's an accuracy of 98.7.
Wow.
And for Jorden van Foreest, 98.8% accuracy.
Beautiful game.
Just flawless technique by both.
What I love about this game is that we were discussing somewhere like 30 moves ago that it could end in a draw, but they fought till like bare kings almost. Yeah, amazing.
And setting up tricks till the very last moment, bishop h5, b2. Still making it difficult for Vincent. Because for white, the pawn is stuck. It can't move forward. The king is stuck. Keymer still is on the defense.
Yeah, now maybe king b3 you play could be an idea because now you've taken away the d3 square. So I don't know what...
The defensive resources to get your king to d2 if you're white.
Yes.
So you simply go king e3, king
Very
d2.
important. Only move.
Only move.
Only move. And then you come to d2 and it's a draw. But if you don't find king e3, it's lost. Because I'm coming like this or... I mean, there are many ways. I'll bring my...
How are you winning this if you don't find king e3? Let's see, but there's no move maybe.
Yeah, no move.
There's no move. You're actually in zugzwang here. If you move the king forward, then bishop d1, bishop c2.
Yeah.
If you move it...
Yeah, just take space. If the bishop goes here...
Bishop d1, bishop c2.
d1 here, and there's no way to stop it. Yeah. So, somehow there's just always this one move for Vincent to escape.
A lot of intrigue still left though.
As they say, the good players are always lucky, and Vincent has got a close shave today.
But always in control.
Yeah.
And that moment also so instructive that how many times we just give up. When you feel that it's gone out of your hands, you feel that you messed it up, and then you have to fight the voice in your head.
You know what we need today is for Vincent to come here and to react to those 30 seconds or 1 minute.
Yeah, we need to have that on the camera.
What was going through his mind? Because, we need it today. He might forget tomorrow. Because today he will remember, I thought I couldn't find this move. I didn't realize.
It would be amazing if we can actually have that, to play those 1 minute of what happened before he found the move, g6, and just have Vincent watch it and tell us what was going on in his mind. I think it's still going on in his mind.
Yeah.
He still feels he just survived it.
Yeah.
So close. Oh my goodness. It's like championship luck, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's what you need.
True. And the interesting thing here is, even if Vincent lost this game, he could still become a champion, but then to lose and to win is, it's not as amazing as this way. Now with no losses, he's made it across the finish line. And he will make it.
Yeah, and like you said, Nihal is maybe taking over in that game. And
in that sense, if Nihal... okay, because Arjun is on 4.5, so you wouldn't have totally won if there was no draw.
Wow.
Let's stick here because,
very entertaining.
Another game, but we want to be here.
This is, I think this deserves every bit of attention. It is all eyes on Vincent Keymer.
Yes, we have a question. Now, it's black to play.
It's black's move.
A king b3 play. Yeah.
Yes, that is
And now very
correct.
important to find king e3.
And it's the only move in the position, and Keymer is ready for it.
Yeah.
He's seen everything. And this happens, when you find that must-save resource, the confidence immediately comes back.
Correct.
You're very alert with everything then on the board.
Absolutely. At this point, Vincent is right in that present moment. Yeah, he's just completely living his life there. Bishop h5. And guys, now there are many ways to draw bishop f5, bishop d3.
You just keep the bishop on the diagonal. Now there's just no way that the black bishop can force white's bishop off it.
Right. By mistake, if you touch your king, you lose.
By mistake.
If you touch your king.
Yes, because if you put it on e3...
Yeah, then king c3.
King c3.
And if you go to d3, then bishop g6. So I think you have to touch your bishop. then you're safe.
3 minutes for Vincent. I think he survived the worst.
And that's what happens, right? Once you weather that storm, then you're ready for anything.
Then you become the champion.
Yes.
Yeah. Like
then you reach the
really
shore.
you become the champion of the tournament as well.
What a game this was. And I think this Endgame especially, is going to be featured in so many books. So many coaches are going to study this with their students. So
Rakesh bhai, you're already planning, to show it to some of
yeah, for sure. And even I think Yeka Bagad must be really thinking about this.
I think not just in endgame manuals, but in calculation exercises as well.
Yeah.
To sit down and to find that move G6 to calculate your paths through, is G5 holding or not?
Correct.
You could write a whole short book just on this game.
Very true. Very instructive game, and top level chess by both players, and both players playing the best moves. Game ends in a draw.
Yeah.
But oh my goodness.
I'm wondering if there is a way to, for example, I go bishop f5, I go king a2. Okay, now I want to go king a1. Let's say you wait. Now I go king a1. You wait. Correct? Now I go bishop f7. You wait. Now I go bishop a2. So I'm coming here. I'll take this diagonal and then
But now you go h5.
Only move. Yeah?
Only move.
Yeah, because now if you wait, then I do bishop b1 and you're lost. Because next move I get my bishop out and queen.
But the moment the black bishop leaves control of the h5 square, you need to start racing up the board yourself.
Yes.
Guys, Vincent, under 1 minute 10 seconds,
Bishop b1.
Jordan has played something. Sagar bhai.
h6, h7, and you're just in time.
Just draw. Oh, what a beautiful draw this would be. Guys, this will happen. My
And
prediction.
you come to the live board, Vincent, under a minute.
What?
Maybe Jordan is trying your idea. Wait, why is Vincent thinking suddenly?
He's looking at this line.
He's just calculating not the next move, but the entire sequence, because he sees Jordan's plan and he's making sure that he has a resource to it. This is the other thing that happens, right? Once you've missed something and almost had the feeling that this slipped out of your hand, you become that much more cautious and careful. Because
30 seconds now, Tanya.
By the way, guys, this is move number 50 and the draw lies here on move number 60. So you need to actually look 10 moves ahead perhaps. He goes bishop c2.
All under control, no problem.
King a2 now.
You can move your bishop again. Just keep jumping around with the bishop.
What? This bishop endgames are also super tricky.
They're fantastic. And also the thing is, like Jordan, it's amazing how he keeps the game going. It was so easy to go into that king and queen versus king and queen, shake hands, game over. But he's setting up tricks, and now Keymer again touching the 30-second mark.
Yeah, and shout out to Sagar bhai for spotting that idea, bringing the bishop all the way around. 28.
That is worrying Vincent here.
There's a bit of panic on him.
Yeah. It seems like he kind of passed through that previous panic, relaxed a bit, and a new panic came. Sounds like life to me.
If there was no bonus 30-second right now, this would be a completely different game.
Yeah. So bishop d3, and now king a1, very likely.
King a1, and you keep shuffling, and only once the black bishop leaves that h5 point and isn't eyeing it anymore, you simply push the pawn. That's the defensive strategy here.
Exactly.
I think Vincent has spotted it now. He looks chill again.
I really want to have a replay of those, of that 1 minute that happened after bishop to d1.
And Tanya, what I would really love to have is heart rate monitors to see Vincent spike when he missed that.
Because his idea was clearly to take on h7. And that would have lost to that king maneuvering on the other side. And the realization dawning on him. You didn't need to look at the board. You could only see Vincent's face and you'd know the whole story.
And then finding the resource at the end, it's amazing. Yeah, this entire story. In those 3-4 minutes, I think the entire beautiful transformation of Vincent, there is something called as different expressions of life. And I think Vincent went through so many things there.
It's at first, I think he went through the 5 stages of grief.
Yeah.
Then, you go through the denial, the bargaining, I could have done this, could have done that, and finally you accept it. But then Vincent had a reset.
Wow. Yeah, amazing.
I think someone's got to clip that in this moment.
Which one?
Like what Tanya just said.
Yes,
With his expressions.
Brilliant.
So,
I think we saw all those stages play out on Vincent's face. All right, we're seeing this plan being played out now. So again, just to remind everyone, Jorden is trying to reroute his bishop to the other diagonal and get to that b1 square. f7, a2, b1 is the path.
so bishop f7 by Jorden. Vincent has to chill or keep his bishop for one more move.
Yes, exactly. You chill, and the moment that dark squared bishop, not the dark squared bishop, black's bishop leaves contact to the h5 square, you run. Run, Forest, run. Except Jordan's black.
Nice.
And bishop c2. I think Jorden knows now. Both players now.
You can see it in the body language, right? Even for Jorden, he's more sort of laid back. He's making the move. He knows he has a plan, but he knows that there is a resource that defends it for white. A waiting move by Vincent. Just move the bishop on the diagonal.
Under a minute for Vincent.
That's a lot of time to figure this out.
Bishop d3, okay.
Everyone is on the edge of their seats, yeah? Yes.
Look at this flashy move now.
c4, if you...
Now don't go h5 though.
Queens. Okay, just move the bishop.
But how incredible is it that Jorden is setting up every last trick in the book here? He's trying everything.
Yeah, he's just... I think he wanted to win this game badly and Vincent just didn't allow him to do that. It's amazing.
He wanted to win from yesterday. Like, he's so winning.
Yeah.
From there, I think Jordan's a fighter. Love to see him, play this fighting chess.
Yeah? More tournaments for Jorden.
Do you think they're going to repeat with bishop b3, bishop c4? Will he go for bishop a2? Of course they don't. He does go bishop
Come on,
a2.
Harry the h pawn.
Run, Forest, run.
Push.
And I think we did predict king versus king about a couple of hours ago.
Yeah. Pair kings and bishop b1 is a draw. b1 is also a draw. But try bishop b1, please. Yeah, there you go. Bishop b1.
And now don't push the h-pawn because black queen's with a check.
Only move is to take and he takes it. King takes and now h6. Chess is so beautiful, yeah? King a2 he played.
Just making sure that there's no check when white queen's on h8. It's precision.
But still, I think I'll reach that position, yeah? Oh, draw!
I think we're going to see it. They're going to analyze and I think they will discuss exactly that position. Amazing stuff by Keymer.
Look at the smile on his face.
You see that? He pointed d1 and he's saying, I missed it. I missed it.
The relief there. And we need to see Jorden as well.
Yeah. Beta, please move. And Jorden is like, you were so lucky, man. You had that resource.
And he literally said, bishop d1, I saw bishop h7. Just take bishop h7, but it doesn't work.
Wow, and with that, Vincent moves to 6 out of 8.
Oof.
And he will win the tournament if Karthikeyan doesn't win his game.
Yeah.
So we will have to wait until then. But
I think we need to get Vincent in the studio.
yes,
That would be...
can we get Vincent here? Maybe if we can have directors up, if we can get...
And I think if he comes in, we all have to really cheer for him because what a save that was.
Absolutely. Look at his expressions there. He's turned absolutely red.
He still can't believe it. Look at him. He still keeps shaking his head because that's the moment that they're talking about right now. Such relief for Keymer.
Yeah, what a tournament this is for him, and unbeaten until the penultimate round now with 6 out of 8, performance of 2900 here.
Keep shaking his head.
Zero talk about the opening.
No, nobody cares. It's all that
I think
moment.
he's talking about like taking the queen on d8 and stuff like.
Breaking into the world top 10 while at Chennai Grand Masters. You know, just a dominating cruise through performance. And it would be heartbreaking to mess this up because in a position where you just never lose, imagine he would not have had that resource.
Yeah. No, I think it's amazing that he found it, because at some point from his expressions, it looked like he was very upset. And yeah, I'm just shifting. I mean, we can keep this video on, but just this board opposition is of Karthikeyan versus Nihal. They did reach an endgame. And guys, look at this. Nihal Sarin is doing his magic here. He is winning maybe a bit too much, but he's clearly better. And what? He makes a big mistake. E5 takes F5.
Oh, what a beautiful idea to sacrifice a pawn to create a deadly passer on G3. He wanted to go F3 next.
Yeah.
But right now pinned, the pawn is attacked. But what's the move here for
Bishop
black?
E2.
You just take and you go F3?
Yeah. Oh, rook E4 check. Rook E4 and GF3. And then rook G4.
But maybe you don't...
That's the only way, right?
Yeah.
But you go rook G8. So rook E2, can you go F3 here?
Yeah.
Check.
Check.
King F5. And you play rook G8 instead of G2 after pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, but then rook E1, right?
And you just are in time to defend everything. But this should be draw, right? Because
Yeah.
King
it's
F5,
drawn.
King F3, King F2.
It's drawn, but I mean, Nihal would have won this game. I mean, Nihal would have surely wanted to grind this into a win, right? He was almost -1 here.
And can we also have Nihal's camera? Because looks like he might just pull this through.
Rook E2 and he goes rook G8. Your idea, Tanya, here.
He's setting it up. He wants to go F3 next, but he stopped pawn takes pawn. But does white have time to now race through with the e-pawn?
Yes, E6, F3, GF, king takes. And now you need to play, I don't know, something you have to do. Rook E1, King F2, Rook C1, just move away. G2. And then white could even win.
Wow.
Come up with the king.
Yeah. So still a very exciting rook endgame, and we cannot say Vincent is the champion yet, because Karthi, if he manages to get this chance, will reach 5 points. And tomorrow if he wins and Vincent loses, then it will be 6 each.
It's a very tricky endgame because white does have an extra pawn and 2 of them are super strong on e5, c5. So in many of the endings, white is looking to sacrifice his rook for black's passer.
Correct.
And then use the king to assist these pawns to move forward.
Absolutely.
And at 20 seconds of this 1 minute, I'm predicting a win.
And
I don't know for whom, but a win.
a decisive result is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And Karthi, he
10 seconds.
he's feeling the nerves right now. He stops f3.
I think Nihal's going to pre-move King F5.
Nihal now in his bullet territory, his element.
He's at home now.
He's at home, he's chilling now.
Rook E1 only move, by the way.
Finds it.
Because any other square, f3 was winning on the spot.
Yeah.
You need your rook to guard g1.
Now, Sagar, can we go F3?
Yeah.
Takes G2. So I lock down your rook on G1.
Yes. Exactly.
Then try to bring in my king.
King E5.
Yeah.
I go now. Very, very important for white to play C6. Somehow.
And
to
that
hold.
Is that the only move?
Yes, the only move.
It's
King
a very counterintuitive move because you feel like you're making a weakness out of that pawn.
And here white has good chances to hold or even push.
f3 on the board, we might be seeing this line.
Yes, let's go.
Quick predictions, Tanya and Sagar, about this.
Draw.
Okay, Tanya? I know you hate to make predictions, so putting you on a spot there.
I'm not a fan, but I'll say this one does fizzle out into the draw. I think both will find the accurate
Now
way.
C6. Now
C6
Karthikeyan-
only move for Murali Karthikeyan.
And under 2 minutes on the clock, not the easiest move because it's not a hand move.
Yeah, if you go king d3, there's king f4.
But in Blitz, my hand would have gone to king d3, Sagar.
Yes. You want to keep things defended, under control. He's about to make his decision. I think he was reaching for the c-pawn.
Yeah. Let's go, Karthi.
And there it
Plays
is. And he barely takes any time to find it.
And what
So
about
impressive.
King d6, you have king d4. If I take the pawn, maybe king e4, and then you are okay because your f pawn moves forward. You could even come back and win this pawn.
And Black King will meanwhile defend against the f-pawn.
Yeah.
It's a star move, and Karthi finds it. So now I feel better about our predictions. I think this does end in a draw.
The moment this game ends in a draw, guys, we will applaud for Vincent Keymer because he'll become the champion.
And it would
One
be
round to
great
spare.
if he is in the studio at that moment. So
Yeah.
let's try and get Vincent if possible.
If he comes in. But the round starts early tomorrow, and if Vincent is like, oh, I want to end with 7 out of 9 and 29-50 performance, then maybe he's like, okay, let me not come to the studio today.
I think Vincent right now is on a phone call with Peter Lecco, and they're just breaking down this entire endgame.
Could very well
Vincent,
be.
you gave me a heart attack there.
Now Nihal down to 50 seconds. He's trying to see how can he squeeze in, but just very little juice left.
Yeah. Actually, Nihal has two options: to go back with his king or go ahead with his king. Both have their own pros and cons. He goes back.
It's a safer option because you go forward with your king. You're also allowing the white king to step forward, and then to calculate what happens in that, it's taking a big risk. Nihal keeps it under control. He's going to pick up the c6 pawn. But white king can come back to e3, f2, and then black marches up with king d5, king c4 as well after picking up the c6 pawn.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't need to trade rooks, right? Then.
No.
So, you just, for example, this is what you are saying. King takes, king e3,
King d5.
king f2, maybe let's say king c4, rook g2, and then you move the rook away. And then it's a draw.
Because you have extremely active pieces, even though you're down a pawn.
Correct.
We had a camp with Judith Polgar earlier in 2024, and she said something very interesting about rook pawn endings, that piece activity is so key. If your rook is active, that's half a point. If your king is active, that's another half a point. So I think this explains why also it's balanced. You're down a pawn, down a point, but rook and king super active for black, and that's why the position's equal.
I think I read in one book that you need to have an advantage of 2 points. So just like what you said, an active rook is 1 point, an extra pawn is 1 point. So to win an endgame, you need to have was it 1 point or 2 points? Now I'm thinking about it. I think 2.
And we underestimate that how much a worth of activity is. So sometimes we go into a passive defense in rook pawn ending, and that's usually the losing choice.
Exactly.
Instead of giving up a pawn and going for activity.
Right. Because I think passive rook is -1. So, yeah, maybe I have to read again, guys, this theory.
Before your match against Levy.
Karthi moving his king back to e3.
So he's going to win a pawn, but his pieces become less active.
Well, there's still one more game going on, right? Oh, all draws today in the Masters. This is the only game. And just very quickly checking what happened. Maybe we can check what happened in the Challengers just to say the results. Are there any games going on? Oh, Abhimanyu and Diptayan still playing.
Yeah, and Vaishali is about to lose against Aryan, and Adhiban also about to win against Harshavardhan.
Right. So, if Abhimanyu doesn't win... Yeah.
So this game is going down the line, the path that we were looking at. The final game of the Masters.
The final game today will be the first ever round where we'll have 5 draws.
But doesn't feel like it.
No way. No way. It was so exciting. Maybe one of the most exciting draws I have been part of today. This Vincent game. Also, like you guys made it up made it super exciting, yeah?
I think we could all feel it here, right?
Yes.
In the studio. Just the
Could also
tension
have
of that
been like-
moment.
Okay, will he find it? Well, I will find it. Can he find it? Rook c8. Oh, and by the way, don't go to king c4
Oh.
and then drop the knight. I mean, we are in this.
You don't
kind
even
of-
let him complete the question. And they're
No, here, I mean, the thing is, if there's a tactic just lurking around,
somewhere
they will
in the
solve
end.
it.
Before you even ask.
Yeah, they are just so sharp.
It's
Guys,
amazing.
do you guys all solve tactics every day? Every day. Wow. Amazing. Insane. Love for chess is so amazing, yeah? Also, when someone says, like, you know, why are there so many grandmasters from Tamil Nadu and so on? This is a very good reason for that. Here you can see all these kids being so motivated
And I
to
wonder-
learn chess, such great trainers.
Yeah, and I want to add to that. We're in the 4th hour of play. And you know, we've had them right here along with us for the whole journey. So
Are you guys
incredibly-
tired?
No.
No one's tired. Food?
That's
Food?
amazing.
No tactics?
So cute. Rook check given by Murali, pushing the king to the right side of the board.
Okay, don't go here. Yeah, he's trying for this trick.
He's also kind of then otherwise removing the king further away from the pawns on the left flank. So this is actually quite instructive. Not allowing the black king to come
Now you-
towards the white pawns. Now you just pick up g2 and
So then you have a pawn extra, Tanya.
but then you go rook c3.
Exactly, and then you force him into passivity, and then you can't get 2 points. So you have 1, but you don't have the active.
And even here you just go king f4 and it might immediately neutralize the material advantage as well. So again, like piece activity is so key in endgames, and when we say piece, king is truly a piece in these endgames.
Right.
Yeah, Rook, and you look at Nihal. He knows it's a draw now.
He's down a pawn, but not for long. What do you think? They offer a draw, or do they play this out?
Maybe a couple more moves, and then Vincent will be the champion. By the way, as soon as this game is drawn.
But what a worthy champion Vincent would be. I mean, you know, regardless of what happens on this one, even if he fights it tomorrow and has to do it all over again, just his run through this tournament has been such an inspired one.
Yeah, started off well, never lost, always kept winning those games in the middle, and well-deserved champion.
Undefeated, you know, kept it under control against Arjun as well, against very, very dangerous opponents. When he got his opportunity, he maximized those chances.
Yeah, tremendous. You know, for Germany, the German chess, this big news, yeah, like what has happened. Like Vincent has shown promise since a very young age, and now like fully flowering into a top player. It's like you have now Nodirbek, who was always considered an equal to all the Indian young talents like Prag, Gukesh and Arjun.
Yeah.
And now I think Vincent joins the pack as well, like top 10 in the world. So now we have 5 youngsters in top 10 already with Vincent entering.
Yeah, and for Germany, they had like the second world champion was from Germany, Manuel Lasker.
8 seconds for Karthi meanwhile.
Oh,
5.
okay.
Plays it with 5 seconds.
Reluctantly puts his rook on A1.
Not a happy move, right?
Sad.
Yeah, you just don't want to put it. It's a rook. You don't want it on its starting square, back to defense.
King F4 and guys, A4 maybe, yeah, by Karthi.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to take on F3. Pawn takes pawn. Pawn takes pawn. He wants to get his rook to A5. He'll win B5, but not for long. The black
So there's also rook G3, rook G5. So you can even
he
hold
just
on to
defend
it.
it. Oh, that's a nice
You
result.
know, still not late to blunder with pawn takes pawn, rook A4, rook F3, and B5 check.
Oh, Rakesh bhai, always
Never relax
tricky.
until the score sheets are signed.
Never relax if you are facing Rakesh.
He's very tricky,
Yeah, very
by
tricky,
the way.
very tricky.
I've lost a few of our blitz battles.
Rakesh bhai, what's the one advice you will give to these kids to get tactically sharp like you?
solve your tactics before you brush your teeth. So you ensure you solve tactics every day.
Even at night or in the morning?
Both times.
Both times. Yeah, brush your teeth twice, but solve tactics before brushing.
So you'll do it twice as well. Once in the morning, once at night.
Right.
That's why Chennai has so many Grand Masters.
Now we know.
And King F1, yeah, this is a draw.
But this is nice, so instructive. The way Nihal is playing gives no chance at all. He's going to win the B4 pawn next. In fact, if anything, rook active, the B pawn defended. I wonder if Nihal is going to push this now.
I think the safest is to get your king. Oh, he saves the pawn. I thought just get the king here.
And
now he's going to get the king. He gives up B4 and he'll start marching with the king.
And great news as this game is ending, heading towards a draw.
Yes.
We have Vincent Keymer in front of us.
Where?
He's
the fan
signing
zone.
autographs right now.
Wow.
And all the kids rushing to him.
Got it.
And hopefully he will
All the kids
join us.
are actually getting their autographs and pictures from the third.
And only opposite draw, Vincent Keymer is the champion of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters.
Let's go. Congratulations, Vincent, for a great performance, becoming the champion here. Amazing.
And what a way to do it. Undefeated, unstoppable here in Chennai. Took the lead from the very start of the tournament. Never lost that. And even in difficult moments, had that champion's mindset. Huge congratulations to Vincent Keymer. So after Gukesh, Arvind, it's Vincent who does it.
Wow. Amazing. So also Vincent becomes the first non-Indian to win Chennai Grand Masters. Let's go.
Truly a global event, this one. And we might have, other stars coming in next year as well. And, whoever wins the Chennai Grand Masters goes ahead and wins another important event after this.
Right. So maybe we have to watch out for Vincent in FIDE Grand Swiss now. He might win it there. And by the way, Nihal draws. So we have 5 draws in the Masters. Guys, should we go and look at the remaining game in a very important one in the challengers, that is Abhimanyu Puranik versus Diptayan Ghosh, because look at this endgame.
Wow.
It's insanely complicated.
This looks super. 30 seconds for Abhimanyu, by the way. We'll try to get Vincent in the studio as well after he's done with the fan zone.
Yes.
But Sagar, do you think White's going to win this? He's an exchange up.
Abhimanyu has great chances here, right? But look at those black pawns. They are running down. C3, like you just push C3, then King C4, B4, B3. I find these pawns to be so quick. Although, with this G pawn, it's also unstoppable because the knight can't really come close now.
I think all 3 results possible in this position. Tanya, what do you think?
Superb endgame.
All 3 results possible, but I think if I had to pick a color, it's got to be white because of the G4 pawn, right? The outside passer that's there, you start pushing it, you can always sacrifice your own rook. And also notice how that black knight is not ideally placed. There's a difference of 2 files between the D and the G pawn. So the knight will not be able to stop the pawns from any good square. Imagine the white pawn gets to G6, black knight is on E8, you can go D6 and give that up to deflect the knight.
Nice.
C3 played. Abhimanyu, remember, has to win to keep his chances alive in the challenger section.
Yeah, actually, this is a very key moment in the challengers group, because if Abhimanyu wins, he moves on to 6 out of 8, half a point behind the leader.
And he's trying to set exactly that idea up, Sagar. G pawn moving forward, G5. If you go C2, Abhimanyu will defend that from queening. Let's just show this line really quickly on the board. The idea, rook goes to F1. Let's say you go King C3, G6, Knight E8, and now, or Knight E8 or Knight F5, and now D6. You're again just deflecting the knight, and the 2-file theory comes into play. The pawns apart by 2 files, and that's advantage white.
So Diptayan clearly has to be super careful, because this natural line which you just mentioned here, Tanya, is in white's favor. So Diptayan has to be tricky and find some trick somewhere, jump with the knight to F5 instead of E8, threaten a fork on E3 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
C2 only move, by the way. 30 seconds for Diptayan.
Everything else loses?
Yeah, everything else is lost.
Oof. But C2 is a move that you want to make, right?
True.
It's not a hard find here. That's not the big ask here. I think it's the moves coming up after that.
Abhimanyu praying and C2 on the board. Rook F1 played immediately.
Quickly played. And guys, now only two moves hold here. One is King C3, which is the natural move. The other is Knight F5, because you can't pick the knight, the pawn queens.
Or any order of that. I think the key point that you make here is that the black knight has to go to that F5 square, threatening the E3 check, coming in with a fork.
Can Diptayan figure all of this in 20 seconds that he has left? I'm not so sure. This is very intense.
I think he goes King C3 right now. And after, 10 seconds. He goes Knight F5. He starts with Knight F5, finds
This is
it.
the best move. Threatening Knight E3. In fact, if White is careless here and goes G6, then Black wins after Knight E3, Knight F1 and C1 Queen. So, be careful here, Abhimanyu. You have to move your king. That's very important.
So you'd want to move it closer towards the black pawn. So King to F2.
Yes.
Yeah.
King F2 seems like the best. Even King F3, Tanya. Why not?
But King F2 or F3 feels still very tricky for black because you want to go D6. And I think the idea revolves around black going back with his own king to stop D6 from happening.
He goes King H3. He's like, I'm not interfering with my rook's file nor rank here. King H3. Good move.
And that, again, that rule, king diagonally towards the knight. The knight can't give a check.
So nice.
So, Abhimanyu getting out of it. Tanya, 18 seconds.
Whoa, he goes forward with 18 seconds on the clock.
G6.
What do you think? The players know the position is equal?
No. I don't think
They have no idea. They're just focused on calculating and finding the next move. In these moments, players don't think about evaluations.
B4 is losing here. Knight E3 is the only move to hold.
That is incredibly hard because you are allowing G7. You're allowing the white pawn to queen.
Yeah, Knight E3. If G7, you take the rook, you queen, I queen, and that should be fine. So Knight E3, very important because if the rook moves away here, you're blocking.
He blunders.
He blunders.
He
B4.
plays the most natural move and it is a losing one. D6 coming in. And there you have his hand. Of course, Abhimanyu plays it.
Abhimanyu is still alive in the challengers. What an important win for his career.
Yeah, this could really mean that the challengers section is thrown wide open once again.
Abhimanyu's fans going crazy here in the live audience. They are rooting for him. He has a strong team here in Chennai. D7, Tanya. It's game over.
Oh, wait a second. B2?
You queen?
You queen? I queen, but I'm just...
You're checking.
Slow.
Because white is going to be checking with the queen and the rook, which would either mean checkmate or black loses the queen, and Abhimanyu knows it. That nod of the head tells you everything you need to know about the position.
So if B2, D8, queen... Let it unfold. Let it unfold now.
The players are going to show us the path in this one. And it was so incredibly hard to play Knight E3 for Diptayan in that position with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it looks very tough for Diptayan and he realizes it, pushes B2.
Even if he doesn't realize it, he needs to do this. There's nothing else to be done.
Yeah.
You play and you pray.
He queens and Abhimanyu is pretty sure that he can checkmate with a rook and a queen here. And wow, what a game this was. Another gem. Which queen?
C1 queen.
C1 queen.
And Tanya, now we can see the power of the queen and the rook giving checks together in conjunction.
And the point is, if you give a check from the C file, black is forced to put the king on D2. Because otherwise you just lose the queen.
Yes.
And then you follow it up with checks with the rook. Abhimanyu, will he find a direct mate?
By the way, there's maybe not a mate after king D2.
This is
the best move, perhaps, is to actually take the knight.
He doesn't go for it, Sagar. He plays queen A5 check, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my god.
So he wants to pick up the knight on F5 if you go king D3 with a check.
Yeah. So king D3 is a blunder.
King C2 is a blunder. King C4 is a blunder. Process of elimination.
Yeah. Yeah, king C2, queen F5 check.
King c4, queen c7 check.
And the point is queen takes f5 also controls the b1 queening square.
Yeah.
So no options for Diptayan there.
He comes back with his king to d4. What are the chances that he just picks up the knight? Cool and calm.
100%.
100%? That's bold. You think 100 is the
But
only
he was a friend, so we know him for
You think
a few
he takes
years
just simply
now.
queen takes knight in this?
Yeah. He used to solve domination 2-5, 4-5 endgame books like blindfolded when he was like 10, 11 years old. So.
And I think you also see that White's king will hide from the checks.
But I'm a bit scared actually because after queen f5.
Yeah, he's going to capture the knight.
Sorry.
100%.
Oh, I was like, what
Queen
happened?
f5.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's the mouse is very laggy on this.
Abhimanyu, don't let me down.
Queen. If you take queen b1, now I was wondering if the queen can start checking here.
He's reaching for the knight, Sagar. Look at that. All doubts are put to rest because he doesn't even touch the queen. He first picks it up. You know your friend well.
Yeah, queen f5. And he resigns.
And resigns. What a win. Abhimanyu Puranik wins it here.
You can look at his face, how much it means for him. And Vincent is in the media room, so he will be joining us very soon. But Abhimanyu can't believe that he's still alive after that crazy game, which means, Sagar, Pranesh is in the lead,
Yes.
and Leon and Abhimanyu can catch him tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Abhimanyu plays tomorrow P Iniyan. Tough opponent, but will be fun to see that. And we have one last game going on, Harshavardhan versus Adhiban. But this time it's not as close as the other endgames we have seen. Adhiban is going to win this.
But Sagar, you see 5 fighting draws in the Masters, plenty of decisive results in the challenge as well.
4 decisive results.
Yeah, you'll just love to see this fighting chess in Chennai. Sagar, can you let us know Vaishali's result? Because we didn't...
Yeah, she lost actually against Aryan Chopra, which is a bit of a surprise because she had a great position.
Just so close to winning.
And with this, actually, Harshavardhan may lose his chance to get his GM norm, but I believe this tournament has been really a great learning experience for him. 8 rounds, 3 points.
And you can see the heartbreak on him right now, right? Because he knows he's played this fantastic run that he's had, so close to getting that Grandmaster norm, which means so much to this generation to be able to achieve it, and especially here in Chennai. But like you said, many lessons, many takeaways as the only international master in the field.
Yeah.
I think he'll be happy with his performance overall. Like, he got a last-minute entry thanks to Murali Karthikeyan being upgraded to the Masters.
You know, one of the reasons what makes these kids so exceptionally strong is that I think they are never happy with their result. Even if he would make a GM norm, it would be about wanting more, doing more.
Like,
and
I didn't qualify to the Masters, only GM now.
Didn't become champion. And I think that hunger has to be there.
Yeah.
While you learn your lessons, you do the takeaways, but wanting it more is a huge part of success.
Absolutely. And King F6, Adhiban wanting another win there. He played a nice tournament until 6 games, like all draws. Suddenly the beast is waking up.
And doing it flawlessly as well. Now H1 will be assisted. He'll be forced to give up the rook.
So
and maybe not. Yes.
Adhiban is unbeaten.
Yeah, very unlike him.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean,
You mean he's known for the decisive results?
Yeah, he's a fighter. Like, he loves.
5 out of 8 is a good score
It's
for
a very good
Adhiban.
score.
He's actually gaining quite a bit of rating as well. That's good news. And
I think also it's Adhiban's style of chess, right, that creates opportunities for both players. And there it is. I think Harshavardhan will resign at this point. He gives it up. There's an extra pawn on the board. And this is over.
And with this, I think we'll end. Oh, he's actually trapped the knight.
But that's not good enough, unfortunately, because that gives black enough time to advance with the king for a winning king and pawn endgame.
Yeah. So this is the final game we have today. And I think we are going to end the broadcast here. But maybe we'll have Vincent coming in. So that would be very cool to end it that way because he's the champion, guys.
Yeah, it would be super cool to get Vincent in if, somebody could knock on the door of the media room. Oh, no Vincent.
All right, we're still trying. We'll see if that happens. I just really want to ask him what happened, what went through his mind in those final moments of the game. That 1 minute when I think we just saw so many reactions on Vincent's face. It just told a story, a movie of its own.
Is G5 a draw?
No.
I think that should also win.
Yes, because king takes knight, king f4. King g4.
Nice. Tanya, you're all prepped up with all your endgames. Where did you brush up on them again? Like, did you learn them recently or just you remember everything?
I was here actually a few months ago for the Chola chess camp with Ramesh and actually a few of the players who were playing here, and we worked quite a bit on endgames, so it was quite nice, very instructive, very difficult, as endgames usually are.
Was Karthikeyan also there?
He was. Karthi joined us, Vaishali was there, Prag joined us.
Wow.
It was, Adhiban was there.
Amazing.
It's also like that running joke in Chennai that even players like Adhiban are not the highest rated in that pin code. So there's always somebody stronger than you in Chennai.
I think, what really reflects Chennai's strength when it comes to chess is the fact that we have a world champion who's from Chennai, but if you had a state tournament, you don't know who's going to win it.
That's a good one. Yeah, King G1. It does remind a little bit of the times when you had these amazing players from Soviet Union, right? Like you had the world champion there, but in the Soviet Union championship, someone else would win it.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a prediction that I think when it comes to rivalries, I think what we're going to see play out over the next decade would be an India versus Uzbekistan rivalry.
Yeah. Well, also Germany now with Vincent.
Vincent, I think the thing is that is it one player or is it a crop of a young generation? Uzbekistan with Nodirbek Yakubov, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, with Javakir Sindarov, and of course India with its own set of big pool of talents. We've seen that rivalry play out in the Olympiad as well.
True. And also, Tanya, they organized India organized the Olympiad and got a strong bunch of players even before that, but Uzbekistan organized the World Rapid Blitz, the FIDE Grand Prix, and the Olympiad next time is in Uzbekistan.
So there's this chess wave happening in both countries with this big pool of prodigies who are now becoming the world elite.
Absolutely.
Not becoming, they are the world elite.
And Adhiban tries to finish off with some correct king and pawn endgame there.
G3 and now King G1, G2. We are getting all types of endgames today, guys. Rook endgames, rook and knight, and Adhiban wins. With that, all the games have been completed today.
And we have a champion,
and
Vincent Keymer.
Yes.
Winning the Chennai Grand Masters.
I'll go and check out if he is coming.
All right, as Sagar tries to work his magic, if anyone can do it, it's Sagar Bhai. Wow, what a day of chess it's been, Rakesh. What has been the highlight for you as we take it all in?
I think that Vincent versus Jorden endgame, so many possibilities, such instructive chess. It's just great to see, two warriors fight and give us their all, and it ends in a draw, Tanya.
Just fantastic stuff, right? But all across the action we had, even in the Nihal game, Vidit's game that eventually ended in a draw as well. And I think the most endearing part for me was our crowd today here in the studio. And it just gave us so much energy, having everyone so involved with the chess action, that felt very special.
Absolutely, and we always heard the kids with the answers, but today the kids got a chance to appear on stage, and shout out to all the kids and everyone in the audience who came in large numbers, and Tomorrow, India's Independence Day. Adhiban on screen. It's his birthday, Danya. An exciting end to Chennai chess tomorrow.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and I think it takes away slightly from the intrigue that we already have a winner, we have a champion of the tournament, and I think that just speaks of the domination that he's had. That just speaks of just the kind of chess that he's played with 1 round to spare in this stacked field going into round 9. Vincent Keymer already seals the deal, is the winner of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters.
And guys, I have some news for you. Vincent has done so much of media interaction until now that he would like to sort of, we'll kind of respect his time because the round is also early tomorrow. So we'll get him after the game tomorrow and we'll have a very detailed interview. Maybe we'll have that clip ready so that he can react to it. He'll also give us some time to prepare for this moment. He is the champion. He's played incredibly well. The challengers is still wide open. An amazing session with you guys here. Thank you all for coming here. It was so beautiful.
So it's been a pleasure, and again, congrats to Vincent once again. Thank you, Sagar bhai. Thank you, Tanya.
बहुत मजा आया, मजा आना चाहिए.
Yes. See you guys tomorrow. That's a wrap for the round 8 of Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters.